Hello, my name is Professor Kevin Hilton. I'm the independent chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I am based at Leeds Beckett University, where I was head of the Research Centre for Diversity, Equity and Inclusion, and more recently the interim Pro-Vice Chancellor, Culture, Equality and Inclusion at the University of Sussex. The Race Equality Commission is a non-partisan strategic assessment into the nature, extent, causes and impacts of racism and racial disparities in Sheffield. Working with 24 commissioners from the Sheffield area, we conducted a series of short, focused hearings over 6 priority areas for the city. These included business and employment, civic life and communities, crime and justice, education, health, sport and culture. In May 2022, we will be presenting the findings and recommendations for the report that will be made available to the public on the Sheffield City Council website. This is the Sport and Culture Hearing, Part 1. Morning, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Relieved, as always, that the technology's worked or working for now.
Yes. Yeah, and this is after 18 months of it. We're still holding our breath, aren't we, before we press join. But it's good to see you, Chris. Thanks for joining us.
Very good to be here. Great that you're doing this.
Yeah, well, you're welcome. It's good that you've joined us on our last week of hearings as well. Before we get going, Chris, I'd like to introduce you to Adele Robinson, who leads our secretariat, just so we can go through some bit of housekeeping. So Adele, can I just hand over to you just to get us going?
Thank you and good morning, Chris. I'm just going to take you through a little bit about the background to the Commission before we start. So as you all know, the Commission is an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racism and racial inequality within Sheffield. The Commission itself was established to look at the 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's day 1 of the sport and culture hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report which will be submitted to key stakeholders for action. The Commission has invited you as a key witness here today to share your insights into the 5 areas of the terms of reference of the Commission. And those 5 areas are racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think might be of interest to the Commission; knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related duties or frameworks; any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector; any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. Witnesses who appear are required to act in good faith, and by being here, we're assuming that you're doing so. And can you please note the hearing is being recorded and it will be available on the Commission's website afterwards. But only commissioners will be able to, and the chair will be able to ask you questions. Any non-confidential evidence that you've submitted will also be put on the Commission's website afterwards. Can all those in attendance please wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can invited guests and commissioners please introduce yourself before speaking for the recording. And if you've got any questions, can you put those in the chat to me and I'll send them on to the chair. And now can I pass you back over to Professor Kevin Hilton, the independent chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adele, and welcome again, Chris. It's great to see you. As you can see around you, we're joined by commissioners from the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, and I'm going to invite them to speak with you shortly. But Before I do, I wonder if you might just say a few words about yourself and and if you can say a bit about the role that you have with Sport England, that would be great.
Thank you, Professor Hilton, and hello everyone. I'm honoured to be here. So to answer your question, Kevin, so I'm serving my second term on the board of Sport England. Very proud to be doing that. So I've been on the board for 5 years. I'm an independent board member, and I should stress that I'm speaking in a personal capacity today, although I do have some data that has come through Sport England, which I'll share with you. Historically, I've actually had quite broad experience across sport and activity, including being a lead facilitator of UK sport, of Olympic and Paralympic coaches. I noticed that Yorkshire is once again pretty high up the medals table, if Yorkshire were a country right now in Tokyo. But I've also helped UK sport over the years with strategy development. I've been served on the board of the Youth Sport Trust, which is about sport primarily in schools. I was deputy chair of International Inspiration, which was the London 2012 International Development Programme. So that's international development through sport. And I was chief exec for 5 years of Sported, the UK-wide capacity building charity. So that's sport for development in the UK context. So my experience and contact with sport and activity is quite broad.
Thank you, Chris. And if you were telling a story of racism and racial inequalities in British sport, what would the headlines be?
The headlines would be, well, last June, I took a rather unusual step, which as a board member of Sport England, I actually wrote to my own chair and to the chairs of the other sports councils, home nations, and to UK sport. And what I said was that as far as I could see, and I could see quite a long way, that there was something which amounted to apartheid going on in large swathes of sport and activity in the country. So entrenched, old, deep inequalities between people based on background and ethnicity. And obviously there are lots of intersectionalities. There's a close and not very happy correlation between socioeconomic status and levels of activity, for example. But my number one headline would be that we've got a big problem in sport and activity, and it's not a new one. I could then break that down into different areas, and what I've got, which I can share with you if I get the chance, I've chosen three statistics in different parts of the sporting system to illustrate what I consider to be some of the key. But you could take a problem-orientated approach. You could see them as the key challenges, but also in the context of the work you're doing in Sheffield, you could see them as opportunities to change things. Okay. If I could just add though, Kevin, when I went on to the board of Sport England, you know, I serve on the board of Sport England, which is an arm's length body, you know, working with government, distributing government funds and lottery funds. You know, I have a very wide-ranging interest in what Sport England is trying to do, and above all, what Sport England is trying to do is to get the whole nation active. Which has obviously massive benefits in lots of ways. I was a great fan of the 2015 government sports strategy, which talked about 5 key outcomes which sport and activity could and should deliver for places and for the country as a whole. So that's physical health, mental health, individual development, community and social development, and economic development. I believe in, and I've seen all of those benefits accruing from sport. But in looking at specifically at race, I felt that there were 2 key areas that I wanted to make a difference in, because I felt that they were key areas or pivotal areas which could unlock the whole system. One was leadership, where looking at sports boards and executive positions, certainly 5 years ago, there were once again very stark inequalities. That's changing now, some of it, which I can talk about. But the other area was talent, because and this is not a kind of a validated statistic, but it's my estimation based on some reasonable data. I mean, once again, looking at Tokyo right now, and with the Olympics now and the Paralympics coming up, I believe there are at least 1/3, probably closer to a half of our sports which have never had an athlete competing for us as a nation who was not white. So there are, when I talk about apartheid, that may sound like a strong word, but if you think that there's a large number of our sports where we've never had an athlete competing who wasn't white, you're looking at some sports. Boxing, I know, is a big sport in Sheffield, and I know you've got Johnny Nelson, and you know, when I was growing up, I remember Harold Bomber Graham and the whole Sheffield setup. Until 1948, the British Boxing Board of Control had a rule, which was that you couldn't fight for the British Championship if you didn't have 2 white parents, till 1948. Now that rule was obviously abandoned at that point, but when I talk about apartheid, I mean that there are swathes of our system which have not succeeded in giving access to people who weren't white.
Mm. Yeah, it makes me think. I mean, given that British Board of Control ruling, I mean, soon after that ruling was expunged, my parents arrived. You know, so they arrived in that atmosphere of sporting apartheid themselves.
Yeah. Well, my father fought in the Second World War in the Royal Engineers, so he came from Jamaica, signed up in the Second World War. So at the point where he left with his, you know, left the army with his honourable discharge, having fought in North Africa primarily, he would not have been able, if he were a boxer, to compete for the British Championship. Yeah.
You talked about leadership, so I'm just going to focus in on that. I want to make reference to the Sports Council's race review that was done by CERC, so done in Sheffield by Sheffield academics for the sports councils. The third of the aims speaks of transforming both the executive and non-executive leadership and workforce within sport and physical activity to make it representative of the population. So what have the broad reasons been for the sport workforce to lack a diversity of leadership in local authorities, national governing bodies, professional sport?
Thank you. I mean, that's an excellent question, Professor Hilton, and the answer is probably you as commissioners know, because many of the answers to that question, I think, are not specific to sport. They're broader around employment, and I'm sure that many of the same issues have popped up in the other areas that you're examining. However, I think that these are exacerbated in sport by some specific factors. One is that sports leadership structures historically, both actually non-exec and exec, have been driven by representative structures where people have, you know, participated, got involved in committees, maybe got involved in county structures, and then got involved in national structures. So if the entry points in terms of participation, which I'll refer back to later, show stark disparities, those will then be replicated or even actually exacerbated through the structures as people progress or not. So I think it's about, I think sport has some specific challenges. Like many other areas though, having said that, the non-exec area is much easier to change than the exec. And one of the things that within the Sport England context, I'm very proud of is that the numbers, so when and I'm not taking credit for this, but when I arrived on the board of Sport England in 2016, and famously some of these statistics were talked about, you know, a year and a bit ago, the proportion of, if I can say, people of colour on sports boards was somewhere in the region of 3 to 4%. across about 600 board roles in the curated landscape for Sport England. In the last 5 years, those numbers have gone from between 3 and 4% to about 13%, which from the previous census was representative of the adult population of people of Black and Asian origin. So there has been a kind of a transformation, and the way that has been achieved has been primarily through two things. One is the execution of the governance code, which Sport England and UK Sport apply to funded bodies, which make certain requirements, particularly about board term limits, which means that there has to be churn. But the other thing, which I think if you're looking at solutions, was that Sport England didn't just adopt a passive approach to saying, well, if there's more churn on sports boards, there will be more diversity. It also introduced some positive measures designed to actually just to persuade well qualified people of colour that sport wanted them. And in particular, there was one program which I was involved in setting up, which involved, if you like, a kind of a general campaign of communications and trawling out there to say to people, are you interested in sitting on a sports board? It was run by a recruitment consultancy. I was very keen that it be run by recruitment professionals. It's an unusual thing because they weren't recruiting to a particular role, but a pool of people put their hands up, and then all that happened was that we created a transparent window between vacancies as they came up on sports boards and these people. And if you look at the job titles of people who've been appointed through that program to sports boards, you know, you're looking at all sorts of people with all sorts of experience, teachers, whatever, but you're also looking at global chief technology officers for big brands. You're looking at senior partners in law firms. And as is so often the case, by diversifying from, as I say, it's pretty much 300% increase in people of colour on sports boards in the last 4 years. What's also happened is that you've increased the quality of those boards in terms of the people's experience and what they can bring across a range of areas. So that's a great success story, I think. The harder piece is the broader workforce and the exec roles, because the church, you can't enforce a rule which says that you have to change your workforce over time. And of course, everything that we're talking about, as I'm sure you found with other areas, is now exacerbated in many ways by COVID and the effects of the pandemic. But I do think that, coming back to your question, why are there such disparities? A lot of it is to do with that there are stereotypes across a number of sports and roles in sport, and people of colour or other demographics and other protected characteristics just don't fit the stereotype, and people have been appointing in their own image.
So it sounds to me as though what you're doing is challenging deficit models. You're saying people are out there, they're not hard to reach. You just need to work a bit harder to draw them into your organisation. Is that a reasonable?
Absolutely. And what has become very clear through the program which I mentioned, which has changed things on the non-exec side of boards, is that and this is anecdotal evidence, but many of the people who are now sitting on sports boards, or who are in that pool and developed and ready to be on sports boards, the impression they had was that they would not be wanted by sports boards. So there was if you like, there was a marketing job to be done. But also, of course, and this is the challenge now, you can diversify, but what has often happened historically, I think, in other sectors, is that you succeed for a while, but then you get a rebound effect, because organizations are not inclusive and are not equipped to deal with diversity and to welcome it, and to have those voices be properly heard. So now the challenge, which I and others are pushing in Sport England, is to make sure that things stay diverse.
Yeah. So the challenge of inclusion and retention is a real thing that you have to work on. It's not enough just to get people in.
Absolutely. And but going back to your previous question, if I may, Professor Hilton, which is about, people are out there. One of the themes and some of the other stats that I've got kind of go to the same place, which is there can be an assumption that, that the people aren't there, or that people from diverse backgrounds somehow aren't interested or don't want to be engaged in different sports or activities or different levels of sport. There's a lot of evidence to show that that is not true, that given the opportunity, people want to participate in sport, they want to progress in sport, they want to lead sport. And if the system is able to dismantle its barriers, there will be no shortage of people coming in, and that will benefit the whole system and the nation.
Yeah, you talk a bit about the Code for Sports Governance being part of this process of inclusion. Now, the original code had a quota for gender, a minimum quota of 30% of women on boards. The latest review, how is the latest review, which promises to focus more on a bit more on race, how has that managed to incorporate that focus on being more inclusive around Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic communities?
Yeah, there was a big debate. I mean, I was on the Commission for the Future of Women's Sport, chaired by Tanni Gray-Thompson 10 years ago, and at that point women on sports boards was around 20-21%. There was a big argument at that point 10 years ago as to whether there should be a 25% target. As you rightly say, in the first iteration of the governance code, a 30% target was introduced around gender, no targets around disability or ethnicity or anything else. At the point where that governance came in, and I'm speaking personally now, I agreed with people who said that it would be helpful to have targets for other protected characteristics. But when those targets were not forthcoming, I was also one of the people who said, well, fine, let's get on with it. And it's on the back of the work that was done at that point with the governance code that we've trebled the number of people of colour on boards. So targets are a tactic, are a tool, but I don't think they're the be all and end all. Women on boards now, the number is 46%. So the target was set 4 years ago for 30%. That's now been surpassed, and we're not far from parity. My view now, and this government, we've been waiting. I've been told many times that there's going to be a government response to the Sewell Commission, which came out a few months ago. I haven't seen a response from government yet, but one of the things that government have been saying they were going to talk about was their broader attitude to targets. And obviously Sport England and UK Sport as arm's length bodies are, they're in that orbit of government and will be guided to some extent by government on these things. My view is that, and I think we've demonstrated it in terms of what has happened in the last 3 or 4 years around race and sports boards, is that what's more important are robust plans and actions with good monitoring and follow up from an inclusion point of view to move the needle. And whether or not you have a target, to me, is a secondary question. I think tactics can be used at particular points to drive change, but I don't think that they're the primary tool that should be used.
Yeah. How does intersectionality come into these conversations around leadership and governance? Memberships of boards. Because you've talked about the 46% of women on boards and the tripling of people of colour over the years. Often women of colour fall through the gaps. There's a blind spot around women of colour in these conversations. How are they factored into these conversations around leadership and governance?
I mean, clearly that's a really important question. And I think if I could, before I answer it specifically, I'd make the general point, which is that one of the really interesting things about sport and activity, but sport in particular, is that, you know, the fact that we will do so well in Tokyo and are doing well in other fields, in kind of elite performance, a lot of that is driven by excellent data and analysis of what it takes to achieve the performance you want. Mm-hmm. That approach is and the kind of the granular approach of breaking things down is less in evidence in the kind of community sport area, and that's something that I think needs to change. So for example, looking at intersectionalities in you know, of the kind that you're talking about there, Professor Hilton, are really important. The honest answer to your question is that I can't give you a number right now about of how many of the 46%, for example, of women now on sports boards are from ethnic minority backgrounds, but that data is available, and I'm confident, because of the work done with the recruitment consultancy and so on, that there will have been a significant uplift. But that will be that will be on the back of general work, not specific work around those intersectionalities.
Yeah, thank you. But just before I invite colleagues to speak with you, I'd just like to draw your attention to the Sports Council's AKD Tell Your Story report into the lived experience of people of colour in sport. In it, it states that racism represses Britain's true sporting potential and it must stop. So this is what the researchers are saying. Yeah. In it, the researchers summarise that the research outcomes scratch the surface of a pattern of attitudes and behaviours that alienate communities, stifle opportunities, and repress the potential of ethnically diverse participants. And, you know, they talk about consistent accounts of verbal abuse, discrimination, othering, and objectification. And this is something that occurs throughout, you know, people's lives. And they talk about a lack of trust is a consistent theme within all of this. And that participants expressed fatigue and exasperation that their stories are told in vain. Could you share with us your views of these findings?
Thank you. Yeah, and I can illustrate them with one of the kind of stats that I've been banging on about actually for a while, and it's hard to get people to take notice of it. Active lives is is now quite a reliable way of measuring participation and activity levels in different sports. And I'll narrow in on one number, which is pre-pandemic. But the number is 11.1%, and 11.1% of all adults playing football about 2 years ago, measured through active lives, 11.1% were of South Asian heritage, so Asian heritage, not Chinese or East Asian. So 11.1%. Now, in the census numbers, as you know better than I do, the demographics are moving. The younger you go, the more diverse our population. But the adult population in the previous census to that was 6.5 of South Asian heritage. So 6.5% of the population, South Asian heritage adult, 11.1% of footballers, South Asian heritage. Now, this is important for a couple of reasons. One is because it doesn't just slap down a stereotype, it absolutely blows it out of the water. And I see it, I live in the east of London. I see people with South Asian heritage playing football everywhere I go. I see mothers and daughters and fathers and sons and all sorts of people playing football. But as the various bits of research around suggest that if you look at professional football in England, you know, the numbers are of people from South Asian heritage playing professional football are somewhere south of 0.5%. So we're talking about 10 out of 3,000 professional footballers. So what happens in between? And I think that, you know, there are a couple of things. One is, you know, stereotypes are still really important in sport. And you know, if there were one message I would want to offer Sheffield in terms of how you could use sport and activity to drive social change, but also how you could drive racism out of sport, it would be to look at the full range of sports and not to make tired or trite stereotype typical judgments. So the great thing about sport, and we see it once again with the Olympics and Paralympics, you know, when you see taekwondo, when you see archery, when you see all of the, you know, and these are just the sports that make it into that sort of competition, you should start with the assumption that, you know, every sport will be of interest to some people from every background. And there are really good examples. Forgive me, I don't have a specific Sheffield example, but some people will have heard of Khadija Mellah, the young woman from South London, who had the opportunity through Ebony Riding Club to learn to ride, went on through a program to learn to ride a racehorse and won quite a big charity race last year, and is doing some really interesting things in equestrianism. There are similar stories relating to rowing, relating to ocean sailing. So, you know, we have all these sports, and given the chance, anyone could be interested in any of them. And my advice to a city like Sheffield is use all of them, create new avenues for people to get interested in them. Can I throw in one of my other statistics to follow that up?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, be my guest.
So 11.1% of people playing football were South Asian heritage. Amazing to me. There's a piece of work done 5 years ago by UK Sport, which was trying to analyze where successful performance sport people came from, multiple medalists. And this is really important. It's really important, not just about elite sport, it's about all sport. There are different numbers in that report. It's I can send you the details of the report about where people came from. But basically, at the point where the research was done, about 40% of the population were living in conurbations, in towns and cities of 500,000 and above. When they looked at multiple serial medalists over games, 6% of medalists came from towns and cities of 500,000 and above. Nearly all of our high-performing medalists, certainly in the run-up to Rio, came from leafy suburbs and the countryside and had gone to village primary schools. There's a massive opportunity there, and it's something I'm trying to work on with Sport England, and frankly, it's going slower than I want it to, which I call gateways, pathways, and slip roads. If you were able to create urban gateways, places in cities where people could just access, and this isn't about, at this stage, it's not about performance, it's just about the opportunity to try stuff out and enjoy it. And therefore get your population active, which is what we all need to do, and your public health director wants to do. But what you will then find, so if we could create those gateways, we already have world-leading talent pathways in our sports. What we need is then the slip roads, because and you'll have heard some of these stories over the last couple of days if you watch the Olympics. If you show promise at something, very often what happens, if you're in Leeds and you're a diver and you're quite good, you have to go to London to train with, you know. So building an infrastructure in your city which enables people to get active and stay active, I think is really important.
Thank you. Jan, could I ask you to ask your question, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Kevin. Hi there, Chris. My name is Yen Fong Ling. I'm an artist and senior lecturer at Sheffield Hallam University. So I kind of draw reference from a different kind of discipline, but I'm interested in the role of Sport England as a government sort of funding body. And you mentioned governance code, for instance, and I'm interested in how effective this has been. And are there any other measures in view of a kind of accountability that funding goes to the work, meets the talent, the communities that they set out in their applications? How is that truly monitored?
Thank you, Yen. It's a really important question. And the journey of Sport England, and I'm speaking in a personal capacity as someone who was an observer of Sport England and now gets to observe from the inside, has been a really interesting one over the last 5 or 6 years. 5 or 6 years ago, I think that if you looked at what Sport England were doing, well, I will say that 6 years ago, I was present where some people who know about such things went and actually gave a presentation to some senior people in Sport England defining asset-based community development and defining kind of like what you might describe as community up initiatives. And at that point, that was an alien world. I mean, Sport England was basically pushing money through the channels, and the channels were almost exclusively national governing bodies of sport, the same bodies who had been, you know, systematically excluding people for centuries. That is changing, and it's changing in a couple of ways. One is through the reform of the active partnerships. I'm grateful to the Yorkshire Sports Foundation, and I can send you, Adele, if it's helpful. I did get some, you probably got them all, but I did get some stats specific to Yorkshire and specific to where they're available, specific to Sheffield. And they were provided by the local active partnership, the Yorkshire Sports Foundation, who are closer to the ground. But even that's not enough, Yen. I think what Sport England is just learning about, which I suspect has to some extent been better in the arts, is a real community commissioning approach, if you like. And Sport England for the last 3 years has been engaging in what it calls local delivery pilots, where it has been plugging into public health systems and social care and other systems, and the ways in which in more progressive places people are using community commissioning and asset-based approaches. So that's happening, and my ambition is that approach will positively infect everything that Sport England does. Because if you do an analysis, I mean, going back to what I was saying about conurbations, one of the reasons why, you know, people who succeed in performance sport come from leafy suburbs is that that's where the facilities are. And for decades, Sport England and others have been investing in the suburbs. Why is women's football so much whiter than men's football in England? It's because most of the academies, even Millwall close to me, moved their academy out of the inner city to leafy Bromley, and the socioeconomic background of the people doing, you know, engaging changes. So I think the other thing I would say that's really important is that Sport England is now, I mean, having identified that there is a problem, it has set up specific funds which can only be going to local groups, and the governance code is deliberately tiered so that it doesn't make too many demands of small locally based community organizations which are unreasonable. So Sport England is catching up in terms of its ability to fund locally and fund well. And I think, you know, there are examples. One of the examples is Active Burn Grief, which is a program which has been running, I think, in your not a million miles away from you, which was funded by Sport England in the first instance, but then funded by Comic Relief. And I think it's a good example from what I've seen of an asset-based community program, 97% minority, racialized minority participation, and really good results. So Sport England's getting better at funding those things.
So just to follow that up then, Chris, where can we find an evaluation or a report on Active Burn Grief?
I'll send it to you.
Okay, and if Active Burn Grief, as I presume, was successful, what happens next?
So that's a really powerful question. I mean, the answer in a way is simple. The single factor that helps people become active, and I do think, I mean, in all of this, you know, there are so many dimensions of sport. And I mentioned at the beginning the 2015 sports strategy, which talked about individual development, community development, mental health. You know, sport does so many things. Economic development often gets left out. You know, boxing clubs are a really good example of organizations who very often will be running creches, will be running community kitchens, will be doing all sorts of stuff, which is actually supporting the local economy. But the heart of all this is just people moving, because it makes such a difference to life chances and life expectancy. And there's a single factor that helps people move, which is the person who supports and challenges you, which might be a parent, might be a teacher, might be a coach, might be a friend. But what happens to it is that Sport England has to learn. One of the most successful things that Sport England has done in recent years is This Girl Can, which was not just a kind of an advertising campaign and a slogan, but which has been a funding stream. And it really is, when this, in the days when we were allowed to meet in a particular place all together, when This Girl Can was launched, I think the second wave of it, they got all of the real women who are featured in the films to come to the launch. What I noticed on that day, I mean, they spoke, but every single one of them referenced the person or the couple of people, friends, instructors or whatever, who had forgiven them when they hadn't showed up or when they'd faltered. And you know, we know the journey to activity is a challenging one. And so I'm answering your question. What I hope is that we will, out of Active Burn Grieve, which I will send you the evaluation of, and other similar programs, and it's there in the Active Burn Grieve report, actually, that the critical success factors, you know, provide easy entry points, harness and maintain the enthusiasm, but it's mainly about a kind of a buddy system, which is getting, you know, and I want Sport England and other funding bodies and local authorities to be stimulating and supporting that volunteerism, which often isn't volunteerism, it's just friendship and community spirit.
Yeah. It takes me back to action sport in the 80s, actually, which makes me feel really old. But it's where I started in terms of my own working background in terms of community sport development. So what recommendations then, you know, so you've made some really interesting suggestions of good practice, you know, Active Burn Grieve, the local delivery pilots and so on, and I'm guessing that you're also suggesting that there's something within the model of This Girl Can that could be taken, stripped out and applied to the Sheffield context. Is there anything in particular that you would recommend to the Sheffield Race Equality Commission that would help us tackle some of these systemic racialized issues around racism and around racial disparities?
Yeah, there are a couple of things, and they won't surprise you, I don't think. I mean, they could all come under the category of adopt an asset-based approach. So the first is about places, and nationally, there's a big conversation and a big challenge, but it's been going on for years about facilities, and a lot of the best facilities for activity and sport are actually in schools. And in most places, it's still really hard. And I sympathize with the schools, particularly in a COVID world. But it's hard for them to open up their facilities. But their facilities, and I'm talking even about, you know, I'm talking about nursery and primary playgrounds. I'm not just talking about sports pitches, and how they get used. So if a city like Sheffield could revolutionize and open up those places, that would be amazing. The next asset is people. And through my time as chief exec of Sported, what I learned was that, you know, you asked me historically, why has sport excluded people? And I talked about people, you know, they start by playing. Often it's the best players who get on the committee, who then get into the county structures. What I've noticed is that when it comes to community, you know, people who are community activators, who in their own communities, they don't need to have any interest in sport to be the best animators and activators. So open up the places that you've got. You don't have to build lots of new ones. There are lots of spaces in your community, and then allow the people who are already engaged in their communities the opportunity to build different activities into their programs. And I've seen, I'm the buddy of the Calderdale local delivery pilot in another part of Yorkshire. And one of the most impressive things I've seen there is how, you know, social care workers, all sorts of people have become the activators for people around them to kind of get them active, and also how they've transformed, or actually not always transformed, they've just opened up existing assets, which might be, you know, walks or cycle libraries in the fire station or whatever. So give, you know, get those same activators, don't overload them, but the people who you can rely on in communities, give them the opportunity to help get other people active. Then if I may, are we meant to finish at 1:45?
Don't worry about that. I think the chair's got this.
I just want to come back to racism, if I may, just for a moment. And I think you referenced, Professor Hilton, the two, actually there were two prongs of the same research. There was the Sheffield Hallam CIRC research, which is a quantitative study of racism in sport. And then there was AKD, which was the lived experience, qualitative. And that research was actually the response to the letter I wrote to the Sports Council's chairs just over a year ago. So one of the breakthroughs with that was that it was called Tackling Racism and Racial Inequalities in Sport. So what the Sports Councils were doing was they were saying, they weren't doing a Saul inquiry approach of like, does racism exist? They were saying, it exists, how can we tackle it? Similar to you, which I think is real progress. But I just want to give one up. My third, I've talked about people from towns and cities not getting into sport as much as people in the suburbs. I've talked about South Asian adults, I suspect mainly men, being overrepresented in football, and how you could build on that. The third stat is a really important one, because it's about the beginning of life. And like many of the things that you will be talking about, a lot of patterns are laid down early in life. And there's a bit of data. Sport England undertake now, alongside its adult active lives research, children and young people research, where it tracks activity levels. But a couple of years ago, it also did a very big survey about attitudes, about children's attitudes and relationship with sport and activity. And what they use, so we're talking about years 3 to 11, so ages about 7 to 16. And what they use, and this is another recommendation, it's to look at the work that's been done around physical literacy in young people in particular. You know, physical literacy is about the relationship with how we move. And the International Physical Literacy Association have 5 measures of physical literacy: competence, understanding, enjoyment, confidence, and knowledge. I won't go into the detail, we don't have time. But basically, a survey was done of a very large number of children and young people between 7 and 13 of how they rated themselves on those 5 scales. And together they create this idea of physical literacy. And it won't surprise you that when that data was put next to the quantitative data about actual activity levels, there was a very close relationship between children and young people who had high physical literacy also being more highly active, with one exception. Black children, this is a national England survey, Black children of African and African Caribbean heritage primarily scored highest on all of the 5 indicators of physical literacy in that survey. And those same Black children had amongst the lowest activity levels. So only about 40% of those children were meeting the Chief Medical Officer's guidelines of an hour a day activity for children. And you know, white British children were only at 47%, which is still, to my mind, shameful. More than half, and this is pre-pandemic, more than half our children were not meeting the chief medical officer's guidelines overall. But that gap between the highest scores on physical literacy, and which is about a desire and a joy to move, and these low activity levels, to me, that's about where are the facilities, where are the opportunities, what are the stereotypes and expectations about who's going to like which activity. And it's about, you know, I'm not removing this entirely from family setup. I mean, clearly there are, you know, when you look at your own numbers in Sheffield, it performs better than Yorkshire, generally in activity, slightly. But the one area where Sheffield underperforms Yorkshire is around socioeconomic status. So people from more deprived backgrounds in Sheffield are even more inactive than people from deprived backgrounds in other parts of Yorkshire. But coming back to these young people, I in a way, I'm happy to almost end on this point, because to me, it's absolutely foundational that we need to, and once again, a city like Sheffield, and we haven't even talked about the Commonwealth Games heritage and Ponds Forge, and the fact that you have the English Institute of Sport sitting in the middle of your city, and all of the heritage that you have, and I can see that Johnny's sitting in the waiting room. You know, you could be a city which could redefine for the nation what sport and activity look and feel like for the whole community. And I would really, you know, I know that you're looking at culture, and I know you're looking, and all, you know, all of the other things you're looking at are really important. But for me, sport and activity could be the key that unlocks a lot of the other things. Because once again, if you look at some of the data from the Sport for Development Coalition or Sported, what you'll see is how sport can reduce antisocial behaviour. If you look at the Youth Sport Trust, you'll see how sport can increase attainment. You know, all of these things which we've not yet unlocked, and we still have a situation where in the example I've given, you know, Black children want to move and somehow are being stopped, which feels tragic to me.
Yeah, I think on that note, and I apologise to Shruti because she's been waiting patiently, but I'm just looking at the time. Chris, we'll have to draw the session to a close. Thank you very much for attending today. It's been a while in coming, because I know you said yes many months ago, but it's been, and it's gone, and it's been really helpful for us. And we'll be getting in touch just to see if we can get hold of some of those documents that you've identified. But we do really appreciate your time here today, Chris. Yeah, and we'll keep in touch.
And Shruti, if you want to send an email via Adele, I'll happily answer any other questions remotely. Really, thank you very much. And I wish you well. I look forward to reading your report.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks. All the best.
Thanks for having me.
I suppose we did say 10:58, didn't we? So, there you are. Johnny, hi. Kevin Hilton here. How are you?
I'm there. How are you? All right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm kind of used to seeing you on telly anyway, so it's not unusual to see you on screen. Thanks for joining us. Johnny, sorry for the slightly later start. We did overrun, but just to let you know that we were going to have both you and Trix together in one session, but Trix can't make it today, so we have more undiluted time with you, even though we're starting a bit later, if that's okay.
No problem.
So thank you very much for coming and joining us. Before we get going, Adele Robinson, who leads the Secretariat, is just going to go through just some housekeeping. Adele, over to you.
I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the context of the commission, and apologies for those that have heard this before this morning. So, as you know, the commission was established to look into the nature, extent, causes and impact of race inequality and racism in Sheffield. The commission was established to focus on 6 key areas: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the first day of the sport and culture hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report produced which will go to the key stakeholders for action in Sheffield. You've been invited as a key witness today to share your insights into the 5 key areas of the Race Equality Commission. And those areas are racial equality and racism, which you think may be of use to the Commission, knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related frameworks or duties, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within the sector, any examples of good practice that you've got in relation to reducing racial inequality or racism, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequalities within the city. As a key witness, you're required to act in good faith, and by appearing here, we're assuming that you're doing so. This hearing is being recorded and it will be available on the Commission's website afterwards, and any evidence that you've given that's non-confidential will also be on the Commission's website. For all those in attendance, please wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can all invited guests and commissioners introduce yourself before speaking for the video, and can commissioners use the chat function to send me any questions and I'll send those on to the chair. And so I'll pass you over to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thanks, Adele, and welcome again, Johnny. Much appreciated you sharing your time with us. Before I invite commissioners to speak with you, and you can see a number of them around the screen, I just wonder if you could say just a little bit about yourself and your link with Sheffield.
Okay, I'm Johnny Nelson, Sheffield born and bred. Former world cruiserweight champion. I boxed for over 30 years. Now work for Sky Sports. I've been with them for over 20 years. As I said, born and bred in Sheffield, brought up in Crooks, and then to Upperthorpe, where the old Kelvin Flats used to be, if anybody knows of that. Never moved out of Sheffield, never will. Sheffield is home for me, and I've been asked to move to London many times. It's never happened in a million years. So and I get Sheffield. I get Sheffield people. I get the community in Sheffield. It's probably spread out. It's not like a Huddersfield where people are tight in one area. You know, Sheffield's pretty spread out, but we have had our hubs to get together, and I've seen Sheffield grow over the years.
Thank you, Johnny. I'd like to invite Winston Campbell to speak with you. Winston, I wonder if you could just introduce yourself before asking your first question.
Hi, Johnny. Thanks for attending. Your presence here is much appreciated, and I look forward to getting your insight after my introduction. Winston Campbell, I'm a social worker of 20 years, but in a former life, I was a professional sportsman, professional footballer. So I'm passionate about sport, but more so passionate about sport from a Black perspective. So your presence here and getting some insight from you, Johnny, is most welcome. Johnny, you're a role model for within the Black community, and specifically in Sheffield. Primarily because of your sporting achievements, you were former European and world champion, 10 years unbeaten, if my research is anything to go by. And more recently, you continue to do excellent work as a Sky TV sports presenter, to my mind, the voice of boxing on Sky Sport. Can you tell me, growing up, who were your role models?
It's a funny thing, my role model was my brother, my elder brother, Alan. He was the one I followed. He was the one I tried to emulate. He was the one that I was probably a pest to more than anything. I was never inspired or impressed by someone on TV. Of course, you admired somebody like Muhammad Ali, but those people seemed unattainable. They seemed to live in the TV. They seemed to be those people. So it wasn't something I thought would ever even imagine being on the same platform, never mind being able to talk about this guy inside out. So my role models were real people that made a difference to me directly. They made a difference to me when I closed my door, when I walked out on the street, when I was at school. And those more role models were, yes, my brother Alan, and my stepfather Benji. He took me and my brothers on, and he's a man. You know, he took on another woman's children and treated them as his own. And for 16, 17, 18 years of my life. And so for me, I thought, you know what, I get that, I respect that. That's what I say I respect. And so, yeah, they were kind of my role models, real people.
What was it that your brother was doing that made him inspirational to you?
Well, if it wasn't for my brother, I would never have met, obviously, the ultimate mentor, friend, role model in Brendan Ingle, who passed away over 3 years ago. And my brother, he wasn't braggadocious. He was very, very cool about his way of what he did. He boxed, and because he boxed, I wanted to box. I wanted to follow him everywhere. Great dancer, great DJ, but he was understated. He never got himself in trouble. But he wasn't a goody two-shoes. He ended up being a policeman down in the Metropolitan Police, and he retired a few years ago. So he was the kind of guy that I thought he was steady. He had direction. I found him intelligent, not academically as much. I mean, socially, I found him socially intelligent. And I was attracted to that. I was comfortable around that because I wasn't a clever kid at school, and my handwriting and my reading was terrible. That of a 10-year-old by the time I'd left school. So I now understand as an adult, kids like that doesn't mean they're foolish, doesn't mean they have no intelligence. It means their talent maybe in their hands, maybe creative visually, maybe creative physically, mentally. And so just because you're not academically astute and on point with everybody else, as society puts it, doesn't mean that you're of lesser intelligence. And so I probably found an affinity comfortable with my elder brother. Yeah. And so he was the one that did it. In regards to my dad, as I said, he took on a woman with 6 kids, and he took us on as his own, and he treated us as his own. He for all the years I knew growing up, he was my dad. He was the one that looked out for us like a father should do. Unfortunately, the perception is not that. Many people don't see that kind of stuff. And I was fortunate enough to see that with my own eyes. I thought, you know what, I get that. So when I say a good man, that's what I mean. It was a good man, because not many people would do something like that.
You mentioned Brendan Ingle, an Irishman, the creator of the Ingle's Gym. What was it that Brendan did for you as a young black man walking into a boxing gym? What were his characteristics? What did you learn from him?
That's where my education began. Meeting Brendan, he installed in me self-belief, understanding. Got me to think fast on my feet. And when you talk about multiculturalism, now it's a hit word. Our gym was multicultural 40 years ago. Black, white, Asian, male, female, able, disabled, all these were in one melting pot. Now that gym would never have existed if it wasn't for Brendan, of his insight, his understanding of how people are people, and understanding. And I mean, sometimes some of his methods were probably not accepted, would I say, more than anything else, but he got the result. And there was time, I'll give you an example. He said, sometimes you go to box and you've got to understand you're going to get abused. They're going to shout, scream, call you every name under the sun. If you're ginger, they call you whatever. If you're black, they call you whatever. If you're Irish, they call you whatever. They're going to try and get to you. Now, you've got to remember, these people are trying to get into your head to upset you. So when you get into box, you're not going to be on your game. You'll be like, this guy said this, this guy said, they want to rattle you, get you angry, to take you off your game. Now, you've got to understand it might be the silliest thing you've heard, but you've got to be able to put that in one place and say, you know what, that isn't your problem, that's their problem. You were there to do a job, get your job done. Don't make them. that ignorance, and that's what it is, ignorance. That ignorance affects your game because that's what they're trying to do. Now, this worked in boxing, and this wasn't just words, because it became into practice when I boxed in Melbourne, Australia, when I boxed in up the road in Bolsover, when I boxed all over the place. When you're talking abuse, you ain't hit nothing yet, especially when you've got to perform, you know, and these people, there was no shame in it. But because of my teachings from Brendan of how to deal with this in and out of the ring, that got me, it navigated me through it to be able to deal with it and be successful throughout. And those same people that were calling you from a pig to a dog, eventually when you become world champion, oh, good lad, great fighter, good lad. There's some, I could easily say you and you, but why? You know, it's ignorance. That's all it was. It's down to ignorance. And yes, you can have one or two people that have got some deep-seated, deep-rooted hatred in them, but most of them, it's just plain ignorance.
So the Ingalls gym was a well-renowned gym across the country, but boxing gyms generally are seen as a mecca for attracting Black and minority ethnic youths from deprived areas. What is it about certain sports that attracts people from such a diversity of communities?
So I can speak for boxing, and boxing it costs you nothing to box. No, I ain't. You know, so you ain't, unless if you want to get to horse riding or, I don't know, motor racing, you're going to have a bit of dough behind you. Mm. And so usually the families, those kind of families are predominantly white families. That's just how it is, you know, in society today. So sports like boxing, maybe football. Football, you need a pair of boots. Yeah. Boxing, you just need 2 feet to walk in the gym. You use some communal gloves that smell. You know, you'll hit the bag. It costs nothing, and then it's down to you, the individual. And I think boxing out of everything is a leveler, whereas you could be the hardest man in the street, but you can walk in the gym and you will get leveled by some little 12-year-old. So it makes you appreciate your surroundings, other people, appreciate the learning, you appreciate being patient and containing and learning. And it makes you feel good to know that you've done it. And most boxers, believe it or not, I know it's about to sound silly, are not violent because you're taught when to box, when not to box. If you want to go in the ring with anger, hatred, bad feeling, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna lose. You've got to be calm, collective, patient, and get your job done. And you've got to have a work ethic that you can translate into a fight. So boxing, I think that is probably one of the, in my opinion, one of the key sports that attract people from minority areas, people of a lower standard of income. Because when you've got girls and boys that want to get involved in sport, that is the only place you can go, and it don't cost you nothing, and you can be part of a community, part of something that develops you.
And that you feel that definitely benefits the community.
Oh my goodness, yeah, without a doubt. And you know, Brendan Ingle, as I said, he's passed away now, but I know, you know about me, you might know about Prince Nassim Hamid or Harold Bomber Graham that come out of the gym. We are the tip of the iceberg. The hundreds and thousands of kids that Brendan helped that weren't famous. He helped boys become men, women become mothers, create families, keep families together, make sure kids go to school. That work, it was his core work. And I saw that firsthand. So this isn't something I read in a book, or some second-hand information from somebody. This is something I saw. So therefore, now, I think to myself, after Brendan passed, you think, well, what was it all about? You know, for me to come across somebody like that and to see what he did firsthand, I thought, well, it's a chance to pass it on. So my intention is to create an academy in association with Ingle Gym to do the same thing, more about community, not about building superstars. Yes. It's about community. It's about, Brendan used to say to us, and so when we go to the gym in the morning, you could drive up Winkerbank on Newman Road and you see the likes of me, Naz, Harold, sweeping the street and digging out the weeds of the pavement, what I'm going to road. And people are driving up thinking, what is he saying to them lot to get them out doing this? Because you've got some big units doing this. And so, but we get on with it. And Brendan said, look, if everybody took care of their own doorstep, make sure their own communities, their own areas were in an area where they'd want to live. Then, this way will be a better place. And there was a sign on the side of the gym, said National NF. Yeah. Those are old enough to know NF, National Front. Right? So he said enough. Brendan kept it on there for years. For years that sign was there. And we kept saying, Brendan, can we scrub it off? No, leave it on. We'd have to walk past the sign every day, go in the gym and train. Remember, the gym is multicultural now. Everybody's in there. Then one day, Brendan said, as usual, he got audience, got his little stand outside the ring. He said, who does anybody know who wrote the sign on the side of the wall that had been there years? It was like, why are you asking us this? And Brendan called one boy up and said, come here, get in the ring. He said, do you know who wrote the sign on the side of the gym? He said, yeah, Bren. Who was it? Me. This guy had been in our gym for 5-6 years. He was everybody's friend. And he sprayed that on the wall before he came to the gym. Brendan found this out within a year of him coming to the gym. So he could have dashed him out of the gym, said, come out. But he wanted to educate him to make him understand that his mindset, his thinking, is whatever's being inbred into him, he needs to understand he's been ignorant. So all of a sudden, in the gym, he's got black, white, Asian friends, he's got gypsy friends, he's got every friend. Now my man has all of a sudden married a black woman. And so Brendan said, why did you write that? He said, because my dad was in the National Front. His dad supported the National Front. He said, that's all I knew. I just didn't know any better. And then when you found out, you didn't kick me out of the gym. You let me stay in the gym, and these are all my friends now. I know my dad's wrong. I know my granddad's wrong. He said, Bren, I've asked you if I could scrub it off time after time, but you wouldn't let me. And so Bren said, why do you think I'm letting you do it now? He said, because you wanted to teach me and everybody else a lesson. So nobody knew what this young man had done. And everybody was frustrated that Brendan wouldn't let us scrub it off. But it was a lesson learned to that one individual that he'll teach his kids. And what's happening now, these are small steps. We won't benefit from what's happening in the world at the moment. Our kids and our grandkids will benefit slowly but surely, but these things will take time. But it's got to be a certain type of understanding, teaching, education, and it has to be straight down the line education and speaking about things that are uncomfortable and making people learn in an orthodox way for there to be a change for our grandkids.
You talk about being beneficial and leaving a legacy, really. And it leads to my next question. I see Sheffield as an hotspot for producing national sporting talent, past and present. You talked about Nazim Ahmed, you've talked about Elboma Graham, there's yourself, there's Jessica Ennis, there's Kyle Walker. You could go on and on. So it's an hotspot, Sheffield, for sporting heroes past and present. A significant number of them of colour, obviously. I'm continually surprised as to why the city's leadership, Sheffield City's leadership, and key stakeholders have failed to use your sporting expertise and popularity across the city to support Black and ethnic minority communities in the sporting area. Why do you think that happens? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, you could throw in the words arrogance and ignorance. You could throw in the word, some people have just not got the vision of using the talent that's been created in this city. It's little Sheffield, and using those individuals that have created a platform on a world stage and shone the light on Sheffield as a world stage. The likes of Anthony Joshua leave London to come and train in Sheffield. Yeah. Spend 3 months each time he comes to fight. So there's something about this town. Success breeds success. There's no nonsense. But my understanding is, why won't they take advantage of this and try and use people like myself, like Naz, whatever, to try and inspire youngsters in schools, in communities, in colleges or whatever? I just think it's got to be down to either nobody's got any inspiring that are in that on that level. They haven't got any inspiring ideas that they're willing to implement, or they're ignorant or arrogant. Because why wouldn't you use what you've got to produce more? Why wouldn't you use what you've got to brag and boast and say, this is what our city's done? Why wouldn't you make the most of the talent that's on your own doorstep? Because I'm quite sure most of them man ain't saying I ain't doing it.
Yeah.
You know, and so why wouldn't you use that? So these are the only answers I've got, I can give you. And unfortunately, true or false, that's the only narrative I've got.
I often hear the phrase hard to reach. I don't think people from Black and ethnic communities are hard to reach. I think some people find it hard to engage with them. And in instances such as those, I think you use people like yourselves to do that. And for me, it's a no-brainer. And you talk about ignorance. I just wouldn't necessarily give people that much credit. I don't know why. Have you ever been approached at all?
No.
Not once?
No. Yeah, I tell you, oh, sorry. You know what? Your brother.
Yeah.
Your brother has been one of the few people that have reached out to me, say, Johnny, would you do this? Johnny, would you do it? So when the pandemic hit, you know, and he got many of us around the city to deliver food around the city. And I was one of them. This wasn't to say, look at what I'm doing, because nobody knew. So, but your brother reached out to me, and I felt proud that he asked me to do that. And so I was happy to go and drop food at people's doorstep, bags of food at people's doorstep. That felt nice to me. And it was, and I just thought, David, you know what? You're a good man. You're a smart guy. Because he could easily have used this as some kind of PR stunt. We've got Johnny Nelson, X-Y. He didn't. And I was glad he didn't. The only reason why one person knew that I was doing it is because I was doing an interview in the car, and I dropped dropped a bag of food. I think it was Mr. Taylor's house, up Stannington. I dropped a bag of food on his doorstep. He said, thank you, sir, appreciate that. I said, don't worry, just make sure you don't leave it under the sun, because it'll fall out the bag. I was on an interview halfway through, and I was carrying on talking. And when we'd done the interview, the guy said, Johnny, can I ask you what you're doing? I said, oh, I was just dropping something off to somebody. He went, I don't know how he knew. So I told him about the scheme that David's doing.
Yeah.
And he went, why have you not told anybody about this? I said, because this isn't about tapping me on the back. This is about the community, about Sheffield. And so, yes, your brother. Has anybody else done this on another level? No, they haven't. Why? I don't know why. I don't get why. And it's a shame, because people like myself and Jessica and many numerous sportsmen, past and present, I'm quite sure willing to do that. And I just don't, to me, I just think they haven't got any people with that forward-thinking mentality, or there's some form of the ignorance going on, saying, no, make them go on.
Johnny, given your worldwide travels, understanding of grassroots and professional sport, and the facilities that are out there, what more do you think can and should be put in place in Sheffield to make sports more accessible to people from Black and minority ethnic communities?
So it's like the big industries. Big industries need to implement things like a payback, a give back to community. And I, for one, could tell you that, and I don't know if it's just words, but I, for one, can tell you that the company I work for, Sky, have now said they start wanting to do a lot of things for grassroots. Now, this might be a trendy thing to say at the moment, but they've made that pledge to get into cities like Sheffield, to create schemes like in Sheffield, to get jobs. And I don't mean to be the show, I mean to work behind the scenes. Because, yeah, we can be sportsmen, and that's the way in. It's a great way in. That's a door opener. But look where you are now from being a professional footballer. You've got yourself a job that takes someone to go to college. And me, from boxing, I finished 15, 20 years ago. I work for Sky now, so I'm in. I've got my daughter, she works for Sky. She's a director, one of the top directors there. So Sky are now talking about creating schemes in the industry where they'll teach people to be reporters, directors, producers, presenters, And I know this thing is happening because I've seen it happening. So big industries coming out with ideas like that, I mean, implementing them, not just saying it to tick boxes, to me it shows great intention. To me, it's inspiring. And I look at my daughter now, sometimes I'll be working and she'll be in my ear. Dad, what are you putting me on for? I'm like, Indian, oh, you know, but what I'm saying is, it's now seeing people from all diverse areas getting involved and doing something, because not everybody can be a sportsman or woman, you know, and that's the reality of it. And so you've got to create something that is attainable. I want to walk out in the street and look up and see a post and think, as a youngster, think I could be like him. I want to see somebody that looks like me. I want to see somebody that think if he can do it, I can do it. But I don't want it looks completely like something else, because straight away I'm saying, oh, right. I don't want to see the narrative of the only time I see a black face is when it's either running a track, boxing, or getting arrested. I want some rational images there of judges, you know, of CEOs. You know, that's what I want.
Okay. In terms of Sheffield and sport facilities, do you think that the facilities that we have are accessible to Black and ethnic minorities? Are they in the right areas? Are they accessible?
If I'm honest, yeah. And I listen, I remember when Brendan was, they were talking about doing Institute of Sport, and they wanted to put it elsewhere. And when they talked about putting it down there, I remember at Cliff, it was just a rundown, what you go down there. So you never thought this would happen. Then it was there. The only problem with the Institute of Sport is they need to let people know it's available to everyone, not just being elite athletes. And unfortunately, there was a narrative that it was only available to elite athletes. It should be available to everyone. Now they've got community centres in Hillsborough from one end of the town to the other, not sporting centres there. It's to me, I think we do have enough, because that's why we're producing so many successful sportsmen and women in my book. But people need to know that they're available to everybody and anybody.
Winston. I lost you there, Johnny, for the last.
Yeah, Winston, I was going to ask you if you could just choose your last question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got a number of questions here, Johnny, but I'm just going to choose. I'm going to choose the one about social media and racism. Social media and racism. Johnny, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, social media and racism are the focus of the month at the moment. Hasn't there always been a tension between the media and race? And I refer to a number of coverages that I've seen over the years, some in Sheffield, and the sporting one I can relate to is Raheem Sterling and Phil Foden. Raheem Sterling bought an house for his mother, £2 million, and the headline read, young black footballer, hardly played a league game, splashes the cash and buys £2 million home at 20 years old. Phil Foden at 20 years old, plays for the same club, Manchester City starlet, in order to keep the family together, buys a home for the mother he cherishes in order to keep the family together. People doing the same thing, and in terms of comparison, how they were both written and perceived was very different. What's your sense of the social media issue and how black people in general are being, how we're responding to black people, sports stars in general, and how it's being reported?
So when you and I both know that this has been going on forever and a day. Social media has highlighted this, and now the narrative of the headlines that you see in the newspaper, it shows this has been going on for a while because people are comfortable writing these kind of headlines and not thinking twice about it. Now people are getting pulled up. It's creating conversation, and so things are now being pointed at, addressed, and this shows the ignorance that people have gotten away with for many, many years. Now, social media companies, they can't tell me they can't do anything about this. You know, yes, when you got the reporters there writing the headlines, once it's called out, you know, it's called out and people are seeing this. So now, like the Sun newspaper, a lot of them just don't even touch the Sun newspaper because there's some of the stuff that they print is so out of line. It's beyond a joke. So the Sun newspaper now are trying to sponsor or get behind certain events to say, no, we're not like that. They now got to check themselves. In regards to social media like Twitter, Facebook, things like this, you cannot tell me these people, because when I put a track on and it's not my track, within 2 seconds, it's not your track. If I put a track of music playing, it says you've not got things taken off. So you can't tell me when they see certain words or certain words that are said or written, don't tell me they can't do anything about it. Again, this is down to money and ignorance. Money and ignorance. You see these things in the newspaper, you see these things on social media. I am not buying that nothing can be done about it. The only difference is now is that everybody knows. You know this thing's been going on for years. So now people are so as it keeps bombarding and that ball gets bigger, people say, no, you got to shut this thing down. We got to call it out. Not just black people calling out, white people have got to call it out as well. So sometimes when they use a certain headline, do they think they're being cool? They're a certain hip crowd. This is how we talk. Did they think that? Or is there an undercurrent of naive ignorance there? Again, it's ignorance. And so being ignorant and not knowing ignorance is a crime. It is sad. Being ignorant and knowing you're ignorant, that's a crime. You know, so you got this is about education. You got to educate people. Say, no, listen, pull it out. And even white people, when they're seeing it, some people, they're not racist. They just don't know what to say. What is the wrong or right thing to say? So they prefer to say nothing. But in saying nothing, unfortunately, they're put in the same category the people that are saying something. That's bad. So everybody's got to speak out. Everybody's got to say, no, that is wrong. You know, we're pulling you on this. That you can't let these things slip by. I remember when Meghan Markle, when she first got engaged to Harry, and Princess Michael of Kent was going in a car, going to the dinner. Princess Michael of Kent was confident and bold enough to wear a blackamoor right there to the dinner. Something that no press has picked up before or picked up after. But for her, she's bold enough to think, what's in this little thing there? Now, I mean, how ignorant can you be? But it's not until people called it out, then I've never seen that thing again. I don't care who give it as a gift. What I'm saying is we've got to call these things out and say, no, that's wrong. But it's not just black people got to call out. White people got to call out as well. If it's wrong, it's wrong. And only that way, when we met people address and look at a mirror and think, all right, I got this wrong. I got to deal with this correctly.
Johnny, I'm going to have to ring the bell back to your corner. I'm going to have to hand you back over to Kevin.
That's it. That's a great ending there, Winston. Johnny, thank you very much for your time today. It's been really, really helpful, and thanks again for your support of the commission. We won't be backwards in coming forward in asking for another dialogue with you down the road. Hopefully, other people in Sheffield won't either in future.
You're welcome.
But you've given us lots of food for thought, and we really, really appreciate your time today, Johnny. So,
thank you.
All the best. Thanks.
Okay.
So, hello, Ben. Hello, Simon. Hello, Marcus.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Good morning. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Simon.
Hey,
long time no see.
It's been a while, mate, hasn't it?
It has. It has. Good to see you again.
And you too.
Good to see you. Marcus, welcome. And Ben, welcome. Can you hear us okay?
Yep, fine. Can you hear us?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining us.
No problem.
We have a slight overrun, but we'll bring it back. Before we get going, guys, I'd just like to hand you over to Adele Robinson, who's just going to go through just a bit of the background to the commission just before we get going. So over to you, Adele. Adele leads our secretariat.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'll just take you through a bit of the background, as Kevin says. So as you may know, the commission has been established to look into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield. It was established to look at 6 key themes: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the first day of the sport and culture hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report which will be produced and sent to key stakeholders for action within the city. You've been invited as key witnesses here today to give your insight into the main areas of the Race Equality Commission. And those 5 main areas are what you think and your insight into racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you think might be of interest to the Commission, knowledge of your own or other approaches to race-related frameworks or duties, any analysis of the cause of racism or racial inequality within the sector that you work in, any example of good practice in relation to reducing racial inequality or racism, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. As key invited guests, you've been obviously invited here and you're required to act in good faith, and we're assuming that you are doing so by being here. Just to let you know that this is being recorded and will be available on the Commission's website afterwards, and any information that you've given us that is non-confidential will also be on the Commission's website afterwards. Can I ask that, if you please wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can all invited guests and commissioners please introduce yourself again before speaking for the record? And can any commissioners put any questions to me in the chat so I can send them on to the chair? And now can I hand you back to Professor Kevin Hilton, the chair of the Independent Sheffield Race Equality Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adele, and welcome again to Simon, Marcus and Ben. As Adele just said, I'm the independent chair of the Sheffield Race Equality Commission, and I'm joined by commissioners who will introduce themselves when they get the opportunity to speak with each of you. Marcus, you sent in a submission with a range of documents as your evidence, and Simon, as you know, you know that I've known about FIRD since its inception back in the day. So Marcus, is it possible for you in a moment to just introduce yourself? And Ben, when you get the opportunity, perhaps you can introduce yourself just a bit down the line. But Marcus, if you could just introduce yourself and your role at Wednesday, and just say a little bit about some of the headlines from the documentation you sent in, and then Simon, if you could just say a bit about the background to yourself and to FIRD after that, that would be fantastic. So Marcus, is it okay if you go first?
Yeah, happy to do that. Morning, everyone. I'm head of community at Sheffield Wednesday, Marcus Bramald. I've been in role 18 years, seen a lot of changes throughout that time. I think for me to come on this today was more important about us as a club and how we help tackle the problems within Sheffield. Us and Sheffield United, two huge brands within the city. I think we should be at the forefront of anything what's happening. especially around obviously what happened with the England players as well, which is not great. But I think we can do a lot more, and I think obviously supporting this group and you supporting us as a club, I think we can get that message out there. But I know obviously from a community programme point of view, we're doing a lot of work within communities now around tackling these issues and trying to make inroads into communities and make people connect better. But again, we can talk about that later, further down the line. The type of work that we're actually doing at this moment in time.
Okay, thank you very much, Marcus. Simon, welcome again. Could you just introduce yourself and your role at Football Unites Racism Divides, and just say a little bit about FIRD, as it's often known, for anyone who doesn't know about it?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name's Simon Hyson. I'm the co-CEO of Football Unites Racism Divides. My key roles at the minute sort of revolve around FIRD's football development. We do a lot of sort of football activity in the community, including sort of putting on provision activities for young people, developing adult members of the community to become coaches, etc., developing links with professional clubs and the County Football Association. We've been involved. We've been around since 1995. We've been involved in anti-racist work in football since that time. The organisation was started by a small number of Man United, I was going to say Sheffield United fans that were concerned of sort of issues around match days with regards to the influx of largely white working class football fans and the migrant multi-ethnic communities that exist around Bramall Lane. We've done work on national and international level. We've worked closely with Kick It Out and Football Against Racism in Europe for a number of years. Probably not so much recently, to be honest. We were a founder member of Football Against Racism in Europe, and the chair of our board of trustees still sits on the board of FAIR as of now. So we've been involved in that work for a number of years. I think that's probably it for now, to be honest.
Thanks, Simon. Let me stay with you. So what are the main objectives of Football Unites Racism Divides?
It's still about increasing participation, particularly amongst Black people from Black and ethnic minority backgrounds in football. So that's at all levels, as players and participants, as fans, as officials and employees, and as I say, developing links between the BME communities and the clubs that often are based in the heart of multi-ethnic areas, working class areas, and anti-racist education in a broader sense. So we've worked in schools and with young. We're a youth-focused organisation, so we work with young people and communities for a number of years, combating sort of the racism in its many forms, and again, that's largely from a football perspective, but also in terms of wider communities.
Yeah. And Marcus or Ben, if you'd like to come in, what are the main objectives of Wednesday's community activity, and how does some of that work cross over with the work that we're doing on the commission?
I'm going to answer that one, Ben. I think our main focus is to integrate communities. Obviously, we're working with a wide range of diverse cultures, and also obviously working with young people, we can educate them. So we work around 3 key themes, which is participation, health and education. But the main one for us is inclusivity, and making sure that any session that we run is available and accessible to any person, any young person, any family. So we're doing a lot of work around that at this moment in time, and I'll just bring Ben in there, who can obviously elaborate a little bit more onto that.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ben Winter. I'm the operations manager at Sheffield Wednesday Community Programme. So yeah, I mean, we've restructured and we've adapted the ways that we're working. Obviously, through coronavirus times, we've had a lot of changes internally, and part of our work that we're planning for September onwards is to be a lot more front facing around racism and education with young people more specifically. I think that we've got a good kind of link in a lot of communities. However, we deliver and engage young people and adults within those communities on their doorsteps. But the kind of massively important thing is that how do we bring people together? So how can, well, football is that, we've always said football and food as some of the most natural ways of bringing people together to break down barriers. And, we have the capabilities to do that. And, we're working out in areas like Stocksbridge. We're also working in areas such as Tinsley or Batemore or Fir Vale, all communities that are separated kind of geographically. And, we see football as a really good way to actually connect the communities and not get people competing against each other and starting those rivalries, but actually, getting people working together. And then through that as well, we're massively on kind of delivering informal workshops. So we've worked with Show Racing the Red Card, we've worked with Kick It Out, and through the football club, obviously on things like a match day when we've got thousands of fans in the stadium, hopefully again very soon. Obviously, we look to do kind of awareness raising events, and it's not just tokenistic events where we're looking to do it for the sake of it. There's more substance behind it. We're not just saying we're going to show the Kick It Out banner on a match day. We're actually saying that it's important for us to be doing the education, doing the work in the community, and then promoting it through a match day to thousands of fans with all the publicity. And I think there's been a lot more, from our perspective, there's been a lot more education internally in terms of, the people that actually are out delivering on the ground. We recently held a staff CPD day where we kind of educated all our staff on how to deliver hate crime workshops in their schools, understanding equality, diversity, and inclusion, and how they can implement it across their programs. So it's been an internal kind of change for us to be able to go out and start to do that work more. So now we can do more face to face from September onwards.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. I noticed that when both the three of you mentioned your collaborators, you didn't mention each other. Do you work together at all?
Do you want me to come in there?
Well, I Simon, Marcus, perhaps.
Yeah.
Do you work in collaboration in Sheffield?
I think if we're honest, probably not as close as we should be. I think obviously, traditionally, I've always worked with Sheffield United, but again, we would look to work closely with any group that we sees a benefit to the people out there in Sheffield. So, I mean, I know Simon, what do you would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is that we've worked quite closely with Sheffield Wednesday before in the past. I mean, Ben will know because his dad was involved in that a number of years ago now. Ben, I'm showing my age, but yeah, I think we're doing little bits at the minute. I think the geographic sort of the fact that we operate at largely at opposite ends of the city influences things somewhat. But Wednesday deliver some sessions here. We've had a number of meetings. We're looking at ways that we could do more work in partnership. I think a lot of what we're doing at the minute relates to work with refugees and asylum seekers. But yeah, I mean, I would agree with Marcus that the aim for us would be to do a lot more with Sheffield Wednesday. It's easy with Sheffield United because they're right on our doorstep, so we can't really avoid them even if we wanted to. But yeah.
Is the challenge working with the blue side of Sheffield then down to time and resources? Is that what the issue is, or what are the issues with not perhaps expanding your geographical reach?
For us,
in either direction, actually.
okay. For us, yes, I think timing and the resources are the two biggest factors. If truth be told, we're a smaller organisation than we have been in the past due to funding streams that are available to us. The fact that we're based at the UMIG Centre now, and to a large extent we run as well as the organisation delivering its own work. We run the UMIG Centre as well, which is quite a pull on our resources in terms of staff time, etc. That's a contributing factor. But yeah, I mean there is a need for us as an organisation to find ways to do more work wider afield, if you like, and that includes. I mean, I kind of alluded to the fact that we're doing over the past couple of years we've done less work with kick it out and show wrestling red card. And again, that is down to sort of resourcing, etc.
I think that's the same for us at Sheffield Wednesday as well. You know, there's that many communities that need support, and especially after the pandemic as well. And you haven't got enough staff to support everyone, so you have to pick your neighbourhoods and work with them community groups within there. And again, a lot of it boils down to funding. So yes, you want to go out and do lots of free activity and you know, educate young people, but again, we're a charity within the club, so you know, financially, you know, we're set up, I guess, same as Third and lots of other community groups, all bidding in for funding to try and do more. But again, like I say, it is down mainly to money, really.
Yeah, many community organisations that we've spoken to have expressed a concern about accessing funding. What's been your experience, either Simon or Marcus or Ben?
I mean, for us, it's been a struggle. I mean, particularly with regards to sort of anti-racist work, which is or has been for a number of years one of our key aims, and I think in the past there have been sort of relatively large sort of football foundation funding and various other sort of pots of funding that help sort of underpin our education work, our anti-racist work, help us to employ sort of specialist workers that we're much more reliant, I would say, on volunteers, and in general our staff work a lot less hours than they have done in the past. So generally the specialist funding streams that we'd have been able to tap into in the past just don't exist as much.
Okay, and how about you, Marcus?
Ben, do you want to answer that one regarding the funding and some of the successes we've had and some of the not successes we've had?
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to what Simon said, really. I mean, for specialist funding around this work, it's minimal. However, you know, we have certain funding streams that we've managed to kind of adapt and to tie this theme in. You know, like for example, the Premier League Kicks project that we deliver. The aim is to deliver in. I think we're delivering across 10 areas, and that allows us to engage with. I think we've just submitted a report of engaging with around 700 young people, all across different areas, aged 8 to 18, and through that we're able to do this type of work and to try and deliver the workshops. Or go into schools and deliver this work. So I think that the specialist work, like Simon said, there's not that much funding available to do that. However, as I say, we've managed to kind of adapt and use that. So we had some money from the Home Office, I think about a year and a half ago now, where the focus was to engage young people that were British, Asian or Pakistani, and essentially kind of progress them through football and allow them to have the skill sets and the transferable skills to progress as coaches, or even further into grassroots or academy. And through that as well, we aim to kind of develop role models and develop resilience in the communities that we were working with. That's the key thing for us. I think it's using that funding that we already have that's not specific to this, but again, providing the right role models, but upskilling the community. I think for us, we don't just want, one of our biggest things that we always say to community groups that are in specific areas is that they probably sometimes see us as kind of parachuting in. Obviously not being an anchor in that community, but an organisation that might parachute in. But the focus is for us, we're not just going to duck out when funding goes. We're actually, the aim is to try and create that kind of lasting legacy by, you know, it could be upskilling 5 young people through a level 1 football qualification to create that role model in the area. And that's the legacy. So young people from that area can see people like them who have managed to progress and continue the good work. And then hopefully we can aim to sustain the work through further funding.
Isn't that the problem? That perception of being parachuted in might appear because, and correct me if I'm wrong, because you have to move into those areas where the funding is dedicated. So you might have to move, you know, there might be some creative accounting going on, but you inevitably have to go into those areas where the funding is focused. And so that's, you know, so 1 minute you're over here, and then, you know, 12 months down the road you're somewhere else. And it's that challenge, isn't it, of how do you ensure that sustainability where you've just been, and then move to the next place, you know, knowing that things are going to keep going where you've just been. Is that the challenge for you?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I think that, you know, we do have that issue, but again, it's internally, you know, in some cases, if you're talking around race, obviously there's certain areas that are priority areas due to deprivation and other things. So internally, we have employees, and there's always a kind of an idea that actually we need to have an individual that is representative of that community, and that's absolutely what we look to do. But, you know, we're at a stage now where we're probably in the early stages of that. So we've recently just been accepted for a This Girl Can project to deliver in Fair Vale. So, you know, we didn't want to just go in and, as I say, parachute in. The aim was for us to go and meet with the local community group, understand the needs of the areas, and then we've, rather than writing the funding in a sense that all the funding comes to us, we deliver and disappear, there's a large chunk of that money that goes towards, you know, our outreach worker from that community centre, qualifications for people to you know, upskill themselves, and then also equipment to be left at the centre. So as I say, you know, there's a buy-in and a trust there from the community group to say that actually, you know, you might not be fully representative of the community right now, but we've put the things in place to then be able to say, right, okay, you might end up getting a fitness coach come from this that can continue the sessions, that is representative. There might be opportunities at Sheffield Wednesday to come and work and to go and support your own community. So that's the model we're looking at.
Yeah. For either Third or Wednesday, what are the most consistent issues that you have to face in Sheffield around racism?
I think from us is obviously the fan base is predominantly white male. So if you look at trying to educate people, I think from a club point of view, we need to get into them communities and, you know, speak and use football as a vehicle to integrating people more and educating more. If our coaches see any sign of racism or any type of language, they stamp down on it straight away, and that's through our internal CPD. You know, we make sure that, you know, that is stamped out on everything that we do. So, you know, from what I see, and probably Ben will say the same, is we don't see a lot of this on our sessions of racism or homophobic stuff. You know, so we're quite fortunate. And again, we are working in, you know, integrating different communities. But because of the work that we're doing, it's a small part of the city in small pockets, but, you know, it seems to be working. So, you know, that from our point of view, I think, yes, absolutely, there is a problem there, but I think just the coaching element and the education element, what we're trying to put across, I think that's working.
Mm-hmm. And Simon?
I mean, we've done increasing amounts of work with refugee and asylum seeker sort of communities in recent years, and obviously there are consistencies with regards to sort of the needs and the inequalities that exist with regards to these migrant communities and the support that they need, and the perceptions from sort of generic communities in relation to them. And I think we try and address that by things like all nations tournaments, big events, festivals, etc., that bring people together from very different backgrounds to change, to alter the perceptions of these communities, the negative perceptions that exist, and much of that obviously comes from the media, from government agendas, from the way in which they're perceived, and to try and develop these communities by there's quite as far as funding is concerned, there's quite a lot of money out there in relation to sort of employability programs and things like that, get people ready for work and the types of skills that they need in that regard. And I think Ben's point of adapting your funding to meet the organisation's needs is a good one, and we've used some of that funding to try and develop the skills of some of our refugee and asylum seeker users to increase self-esteem and self-worth, etc., and get them into volunteering and get them to give something back to the community as well. And I think that's been quite an important theme for us. And yeah.
So Simon, can you say a bit more about? You talked about inequalities in support for refugees. Can you say a bit more about that?
Well, I mean, the way that the whole sort of benefit systems work, the way that they're not able to gain employment, etc., and to work, that creates some real problems for us with regards to sort of a lot of the clients that we work with, and we work in partnership with Sheffield and City of Sanctuary and a number of other organisations to help these young adults, largely in relation to overcoming some of these barriers that they face.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Can I just come in there on from Sheffield Wednesday's perspective, just on I think a big thing for me is that actually, it's not as blatant as coming down to a session and seeing racism occurring at our football sessions. And it probably happens on a match day in the stadium, pick up on it and deal with it through the police. However, for me, it's more kind of prevalent in terms of online. So the obvious statement is the online abuse that players receive, and it's clear as day to see. But I think that from Sheffield Wednesday, I saw we posted something about a World War veteran on our club page, and the same day we posted something about the work that we did with asylum seekers, and the comparison in feedback, no blatant racism, but you get an undertone through the comments that come through, and both positive stories, but a complete contrast in terms of actually the feedback you get from people commenting on that. And I think that for me, it's great that the club can back the work that we do and to promote it, and they're not ashamed and they're not afraid of the feedback that will come through Facebook or Twitter or whatever. However, in terms of what we see, I think that people have gone online. It's harder for individuals to go down to a match day and abuse someone, because it's not accepted nowadays, and it's hard. Young people seem to be, our sessions, they're very much integrated, and you don't see it, and there's a respect there and education there. However, online kind of narratives that are pushed through social media, I think that it's clear to see there.
Yeah. And Simon, have you come across this as well?
Very much so, yeah.
Prevalence of racism online.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, to be honest, I think that a lot of that is fed down from the top, I think, in many ways. And I mean, there's been quite a lot of reporting of the way in which the government's refused to condemn those that are bullying players taking the knee, and the Home Secretary referring to it as gesture politics and various other things, and all those negative undertones just help to feed a narrative and a perception that that leads to this. It leads to more prevalent sort of online sort of racial abuse of players, etc. And you're right. I think Ben's right in that racism has changed from when I was a kid, in that the overt forms of racism that you would face in the streets or in football stadiums, etc., have largely burst. But the feeling online is that you can say or do what you want without any real form of accountability, and that's part of the problem. I think there's a feeling amongst a lot of the communities that we work with that racism, that Britain's becoming a much less racially tolerant place to exist, and the whole agenda around how Brexit panned out and various things was about sort of anti-immigration, etc., and all those nationalist issues that help to feed a narrative of racism and intolerance.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yen, can I invite you to introduce yourself before asking your question?
Yeah, sure. Hi there. My name's Yen. I'm an artist and also senior lecturer at Sheffield University. This is a question more directed at Marcus, really, and maybe Simon. And it's asking about how the charity status of what you do works within a more commercial organization, and the dynamic between the work that you do and how this is supported by the wider organization. And it's a question really, is racism an issue that's being dealt with at a higher management level? So what support do you get in order for you to deal with the topics that you want to deal with?
Should I come first, Simon? Is that all right?
Yeah.
I think from us, obviously, we signed up to the Football Diversity Code, or the club did. So obviously within that, there's certain elements that we as a club need to adhere to across all the EFL. From a community point of view, obviously we get full support from the club on everything that we want to do. But obviously we're a separate entity completely. We're a charity, so we have our own EDI policies and everything else, and a safer recruitment. Everything that we do ourselves, but obviously that's fully backed by the board of the football club. Two representatives from the club sit on our board of trustees. As obviously we've got 9 trustees, 7 are independent, and two from the club. So yeah, fully integrated in that way, and obviously passing on the same messages across everything that we do as a club and as a community programme.
Yeah, I mean, Third is essentially it's a charity, so we don't have that conflict between sort of charity and commercial. I mean, where there may be a little bit of conflict lies is that we've been commissioned by the council. UMIX is a city council building, and we've been commissioned by the council to run it since it opened in 2012. And there is a bit of a commercial element to it in that spaces, the pitch space, etc., is sold for private hire at times. And I think sometimes we need to. The issue for us is striking the right balance between the commercial operation of the building and ensuring that it meets the needs of all the communities that we work with as well. So as well as delivering a number of our own sort of activities that are funded through, say, Children in Need, the lottery, etc., various other sources, and ensuring that partner organisations like Sheffield Wednesday Community Foundation and Sheffield United, etc., and other local, whether it's statutory or charity sort of providers, deliver activities for sections underrepresented or disadvantaged sort of sections of the community. It's striking the right balance between the two, but there's no conflict in relation to the aims and objectives of the organisation.
Is that okay, Jan?
Yeah, thanks.
Marcus, you mentioned your Leaders in Diversity Code a moment ago. So could you tell us just a bit more about that? And if you could say how the work of how your work implements it.
So obviously I'm just looking at the code now from the EFL that we obviously sign up to, but obviously our organisation will champion diversity across both ethnicity and gender. I don't want to read all these out, but
you don't need to. You don't need. We have it. We have it. Yeah.
Oh, you have that. Yeah. So I think from a club point of view, it's just pledging that we adhere to them what we say we're going to do. So we sign up something that we have a working committee within the club, which includes the chairman and the CEO and the operations manager of the club, plus obviously representative from the community programme, to implement what we said we're going to do. And obviously the EFL put something in front of you as a draft, but actually we need to implement that as a club. And due to the pandemic, that admittedly we haven't finalised all what we said we were going to do, but the new season's upon us. So now the code is, there is a working committee, and we are going to be looking at tackling issues within the club and outside the club if we can.
Yeah. In the document you sent us, you said that you were going to do an evaluation of it at the end of the 2020-21 season.
Yeah, unfortunately, obviously with the pandemic, we didn't do that.
Okay. Does that mean that there isn't yet an EDI plan, or do you have an EDI?
We've got an EDI policy, yes, both community and club.
Okay. Is it possible for us to get hold of that?
Yeah, I can send you that, yeah.
Brilliant. So this is going to the three of you. I mean, so you have a sense of the work of the commission, the Race Equality Commission. But what would you recommend to the commission to support an anti-racism or race equality agenda in sport? You can either focus on football or sport more generally.
I think using the brand or the vehicle of football in sport is so powerful. To get the messages out there across the city. There's, so many young people and families are interested in football and sport, but mainly football, whether it's sport the Sheffield clubs or the wider clubs. I think it's really, really important that we drive the message through the clubs.
So do you feel that the professional clubs in this case have this sort of pull to get those messages over about anti-racism and about equality? And
without a doubt, we have 140,000 followers. We haven't got 140,000 fans, but we have so the reach is immense all across the world. And like I said, for both Sheffield United just being in the Premier League, which is like I said, is huge across the world. So I would 100% utilise the clubs and working with the community groups as well, close by, to get that message out there. But I think educating people or youngsters from an early age is really important now.
Yes,
definitely, without a doubt.
Thank you, Marcus.
Simon, on that as well. Oh, sorry, go on, Simon.
Oh, Ben, go on. So
just a final thought on that as well. I think a support around education as well internally for, you know, to say we have a team of you know, community workers that are, you know, in a lot of cases in the faces of the community and addressing issues at the forefront. So I think that if there's access to training and kind of strategies for Sheffield, so people can have the confidence and the kind of insights and the skill set to be able to address an issue appropriately when it happens. As I say, you know, the brand is there, you can promote it through on a match day and the screen and all that type of stuff, but our workers, you know, I don't know, we've got about 35, 40 employees and it's a growing team. You know, their interactions with individuals, you know, there's thousands and thousands of interactions in all communities. And it's something we're looking to do, as I say, internally, and we're looking to upskill ourselves to be able to adapt to trends. But I think the support with that would be amazing, you know, to be able to, you know, have a team of people that can address the issues and can educate people and continue the work that you guys are doing. So it's just kind of like passing on that insight, really.
So just being devil's advocate then, before I turn to Simon, you are, and I know that Mark has said that you are a different entity to the club. If the club sees the potential of what you can do, should there be more investment coming from the club?
I'm going to let Mark ask that one. Thanks for that.
I think obviously through the pandemic, obviously like all clubs or most clubs, we have suffered financially. It's obviously been well documented in the press about players not getting paid and, you know, other issues within the football club. But I think definitely more money needs to be spent across through the FA, through, you know, Sport England, through all the other big players within this game, to tackle these issues and get their messages across. I think every club could spend more. I don't think there's enough money spent on tackling the issues that are out there. But I'd like to revert back to what I said before about, you know, we're working in small pockets trying to make a difference on behalf of the club. But yeah.
I think from an investment perspective, you know, with us being a separate entity of the club, you know, it's worth considering so two of our key funders, the EFL Trust and also the Premier League Charitable Fund. So the Premier League Charitable Fund mainly, you know, they fund 3 grant schemes for us, and you know, equality, diversity, and inclusion is you know, one of the biggest themes, if not the biggest, alongside the KPIs and the outcomes they set for us. So each year, Marcus has to submit the capability document. You know, on a mid-year and the end-of-year basis, I have to submit documents to say what work we're doing around equality, diversity, and inclusion through our schemes. So, you know, that funding has increased in some capacity over the years that we've been delivering it, and part of that deal is that we do more work around that, and we plan for that through the years of delivery. So I think from a national governing body perspective, there is more emphasis on that.
Would you see that as an example of good practice, or?
Absolutely, yeah.
I was just going to say that there. Obviously, we every year we have to submit to the EFL and PL, obviously a capability document, and obviously the cycle of money through Sky for Premier League and for funding. Looking at the draft copy for the next 3 years, there's going to be a bigger element of tackling EDI and funding of that, and obviously, I say getting a message across. So there'll be a big element of that going forward in our programs over the next from 2022 to 2025. So again, if you know, we can work together and we can support each other, we can you know do a lot more.
Yes, thank you, Simon. Would you like to say a bit about you know, possible recommendations to the Commission around anti-racism or race equality?
Yes, I mean, I agree concur with what the lads have said. Obviously, there's the need to work with your large players, your professional clubs, your statutory organisations, etc. But I think it's just as important to work with the the smaller sort of organisations like ourselves, with community groups, with and for the REC to have a more visible presence within the community in many ways. And that could be partnership working or sporadic partnership working with smaller providers. It could be events and things that bring people together, that just remind local communities that you guys are around and here to help and support, etc. I think there's still quite a lot of work to do around convincing people that the REC has enough teeth to make a difference, and also possibly surgeries. So when people need sort of specific support, when incidents and things do take place, that they've got somewhere to go, and that they may well be surgeries that take place within the community on occasion, etc.
I was just wondering whether you saw football or sport as an opportunity to kind of run or sustain these surgeries, or opportunities for these surgeries that you just.
I think so. I mean, yes, football is the world's most popular sport, and sport in general, as the lads have said, has the potential to bring lots of people together and influence lots of people in very positive ways. And I think that was generally our thinking when Football United's Wrestling Device emerged, that it has got so much potential for positive change. In many ways, it's also reflective of the inequalities, the social issues that exist in wider society. So it can reflect the negative as well, if not focused and delivered in a structured, well thought out, positive way. But yes, I think sport is a very important tool with regards to addressing it.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to ask Yen to just ask the final question. I can't remember if you've introduced yourself already, Yen, but if you could just ask the final question, that would be great.
Hi there. I was just interested in that term that you used, the capability document. I'm just curious, is that like a kind of health check document, like as a way of monitoring whether you're doing the work that you're saying you're doing around anti-racism? Is it a kind of measure of accountability? Can you explain a little bit further? Because one of the interesting patterns that we're seeing across all of these things is, are there the measures for accountability in terms of how funding is released, how it gets to communities, and how do you monitor and report that back? Can you explain?
Yeah, the Premier League and obviously Sport England and the FA obviously put a lot of money into community programs. And a few years ago, you was just given money to go off and do whatever you wanted to do. Now you're set certain criteria and certain KPIs in every area that you work in, and it's a lot stricter than it was, say, even 6 years ago, maybe. And every time we have a new cycle of money, which obviously the new one's coming next season, the things toughen up and get stricter. So yeah, it's like a health check. So around your safeguarding, your health and safety, your EDI, everything that you're doing as a community program and as a club has to go into that document. And obviously you are rag rated from that. So obviously if your improvements are required within a certain area, let's say EDI, for instance, we're not tackling enough issues, or we're not working with enough community groups, then that you will get marked down on that, and you have to improve on that year on year. So again, everything what's green you can park to one side, but everything what's amber and red you need to work towards, with obviously time limits on that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's quite a strict document, what the Premier League have set up.
Do you think it works?
I don't think if I'm brutally honest, I don't think they've got the resources, or some of the club have not got the resources to deliver what they're asking. So if you're Tottenham Hotspur or Manchester United, you've got millions of staff who are able to concentrate on one area. I think there's 17 strands. You can take a strand each and they deal with that. If you're Scunthorpe United, for instance, who's got one member of staff who's trying to deal with all them 17, that's where I think it falls down a little bit. And I think they expect too much of the smaller foundations to be able to do the same work as the big clubs. I get what they're trying to achieve and why they're trying to achieve it, because they want everybody to get to a benchmark of quality and what they're delivering. But I just personally don't think it's possible to do that across the country. We're quite fortunate in Sheffield that obviously both foundations are strong and work together really closely across the city. But again, there'll be new KPIs to achieve for the next 3 years, and EDI and the other one was going green is another one the next 3 years what they've put in.
So and are you saying that you've got you've got to do this work in EDI over the next 3 years, that you have the resources or you don't have the resources, or that they keep adding additional things for you to do? They
keep adding additional things for us to do, but like Ben said earlier, you change the model of the funding a little bit to achieve them KPIs. They used to be really strict that say for instance you were given £10,000, you must deliver on that project with that amount of young people. Whereas now you can go, well, actually at £10,000 we can do a bit of work, we can do a workshop on that, we can deliver some activity on that, and you can mix the funding around a little bit. So not strict. So that helps us immensely, because we can actually plan for the next 3 years and say, right, okay. And going back to parachuting into areas, due to the funding from the Premier League, we've stopped doing that. More often than not, we've been on estates or communities for a lot of years now, and we've built up a lot of relationships. Yes. But yeah, it's a really good tool. It's hard work, I'll tell you, to get every green, but it's worthwhile.
Well, just to let you know that we do appreciate the work that the three of you are doing in Sheffield and the Sheffield communities. And of course, time has beaten us again. So we have to call a close to this session. But we'd like to thank you for your time and for your input. We may get in touch with you just to follow up on some of the documents that you may have mentioned, just so that we can get hold of some copies. But we thank you for supporting the Commission and for your sage advice today from all three of you. So much appreciated, and hopefully we will catch up again soon.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
Hello there. Good afternoon. How are you all?
Well, I can speak for myself. I'm good. I'm Kevin Hilton. I'm chairing the session today. As far as I know, everyone else is okay. But I'm sure when you get the opportunity to speak with them, you'll be able to make your own assessment of that.
Right, okay.
Thanks for your patience. We just took a few minutes to have a quick comfort break, and so we're ready to have a dialogue with you. So thanks again. Thanks for your submission, and thanks for your attendance today.
Thank you very much.
Des, just before we get going, I'm going to hand you over to Adele Robinson, who's the secretariat, who leads the secretariat for the Commission, and she's just going to give you a little bit more background to the Commission before we get going.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Des.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Commission. So as you may know, the Commission was established as an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield.
Yeah.
It was set up to focus on 6 key areas: health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the first day of the sport and culture hearing. At the culmination of all of these 6 hearings, there'll be a report produced which will go to key stakeholders for action in Sheffield. You've been invited today as a key witness to share your insights into the 5 key areas of the Race Equality Commission. And these 5 areas are, well, your insight into racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, which you feel may be of interest to the Commission, your knowledge of other or race-related equality frameworks or duties, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within the sector in which you've worked in or work in now, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality that you may have, and what you think or what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. By being a witness today, you're required to act in good faith, and we're assuming that you're doing so by being here. And just for your information, the hearing is being recorded and will be on the Commission's website afterwards. And any non-confidential evidence that you've put into the Commission will also be on the Commission's website afterwards. Can anyone or witnesses and commissioners wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking? And can commissioners and invited guests introduce yourself before speaking for the record? And if you've got any questions, can commissioners put those in the chat to me and I'll send them on to the chair. And now, Des, I'll hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele, and welcome again, Des. Just before I introduce my colleague Winston to speak with you, can I just remind commissioners to send your questions direct to Adele as soon as possible, and then we can line them up and we can get them organised ASAP. Des, thank you very much for your submission. I wonder if you could just introduce yourself, just say a bit about yourself, and perhaps just give us a sense of the highlights from your submission. We've all had sight of it, so you don't need to go through the whole thing. Just the highlights from your submission.
Yeah, I think it was a very short one anyway.
Yes.
But my name is Desmond Smith. I've been in Sheffield, I think, nearly all my life, really. I came here when I was about 12 years old. So I went to school here, went to university here. I've worked here. So, I mean, I've sort of spent most of my lifetime here, really. And I've always lived in Sheffield. Career started out, I went to school here. I went to a boys' school in Newfield Boys' School, which was very interesting, a good school, really. I enjoyed school very much. I did all the sports. I did fairly well in terms of when I went there. I came from Jamaica, and I think the education system in Jamaica, certainly at that time, was really very, very good. And when I came here around 12, 13, I think my knowledge and skills really were good enough to be doing GCSEs at the time. But so be it. But I really enjoy school, and I then moved on to work mainly in sort of administration, went through management, ended up as assistant county clerk for Leicestershire by the time I was 34. Been on various select committees in the early days. And now more or less I do sort of tribunal work. Is that? Oh yes, and I was a youth work for a long time. And I mention that because Winston is there.
Yes, and can you give us some of the kind of headlines from your submission?
Well, yes, basically, I mean, I was speaking to my grandson my wife and I was speaking to our grandson one afternoon. We were just talking about general things. And he was sort of relaying to us the sort of discrimination he was experiencing attending nightclubs. And we were a little bit, maybe we should have been a little bit surprised, but we were a little bit surprised because that's something I went through when I was quite young. And that's something my two boys went through. And so I was a little bit surprised that it was still very overt, to be honest. And, you know, he was asked to sort of, he was warned not to cause any trouble before he goes into the nightclub. He was searched outside. He's been turned away quite a few times because they said he wasn't appropriately dressed, and he certainly was, because there are other sort of party goers dressed very similar to him to go into the club, and they were allowed in. So we were quite surprised, really. But the difference was that he went straight home. But in my day, at least we had the Shades to go to. A lot of people would know about the Shades. We also had the Western Community Association to go to. So we had alternatives. And if you were some of the people, you go to the Blues or the Shebeens. So we had, you know, lots of alternatives, but he, in fact, went straight home.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't think we've got time to talk about Blues and Shebeens at the moment. So we'll just give that a wide berth for now. I'd like to invite Winston Campbell to introduce himself and to ask you a few questions.
Hi, Des.
Hello,
We know each other. I think I've known you since I was 11 years old. So you know my history. Former professional footballer, since then social worker, and still a social worker today. I'd like to start by extending my gratitude to you, Des, for the times when you were a youth worker and you instilled in me and my friends a moral code that I still live by today. We had a five-a-side football team, and you were the vanguard, really. You drove us all over the country to play football. One white goalkeeper and 4 black guys. We often came back victorious, but you kept us safe. And I just want to say they were great times, and you were instrumental to that. So let me start by saying that. I think you're also quite modest, Des, when you talk about your career. And we'll touch on that as we go through the questions I've got for you. But it's a very distinguished career. And you no doubt had a number of obstacles to overcome along the way. What drove you then, and what continues to drive you now?
God, that's a good question, really. I've thought about this. I think basically it's about your upbringing. And I said I was born in Jamaica, and I think in Jamaica, your parents are quite strict in you anyway. You know, you don't mess about. And I think they were quite strict in terms of education was number one. And so I've always find education to be quite important. And certainly we also spend quite a lot of time in the church as well. So I suppose in terms of sort of moral sort of values and so on, you get a lot of that through the church. And so basically I think my parents, but also when I came here, I met some excellent people who, through the youth club, in fact, Crooksmore Youth Club, most of those were from Barbados and Jamaica. And those guys, in fact, were my role models. And some of them are still around now, like Mr. Jocelyn Allen, Mike Atkins, Guy Lambert. A few have passed away. Quite a lot of women as well, like Dorothy Dixon Morris. So there were lots of people like those, Winston, who actually, you know, just gave me that motivation to achieve. And the other thing is, I mean, you face racism all the time, but you deal with it. And as you mentioned, the youth club, which I was leader of, we experienced it at Crooksmore as well. But because we are all Black youngsters in the same position, I think we supported each other, but it never deterred us for actually moving forward, because we wanted to succeed, and we weren't going to let other people deter us from achieving what we really want to achieve. So I think you really need to be very, very focused, and also the positions you're in. It's not the position you're in so much, but it's what you do when you get there. And I think I've always tried to, whatever positions I'm in, I've always tried very hard that I deliver. I try to make a difference, and I try to encourage people as well to go for it, not to give up.
Thanks for that, Des. I'm given your breadth of experience and knowledge, I'm going to go to your submission now, but I'm going to tap into get some insight from you on the issues of racial inequality across Sheffield in my follow-up questions.
Yeah.
But I just want to go back to your submission briefly. Within your submission, you submitted it on behalf of your grandson. You talk about 3 generations of your family experiencing the same issues in relation to restricted entry to nightclubs and bars. And you mentioned it in your introduction, but reading the submission, I sense both disappointment and an element of surprise. Would that be a fair assessment?
It is a fair assessment in the sense that I think I've been in this country 50 odd years now, that he was actually experienced very much the same discrimination we went through. You'd have thought, okay, it'd probably be a bit more subtle, but it wasn't. I mean, he was actually searched outside of nightclubs in front of a lot of people, and embarrassed in front of a lot of people, you know, being searched and being told that he couldn't come in for various reasons. Now, he could have reacted really in a very, very sort of aggressive way, but he didn't. Because, you know, what we've always said to certainly our children and him is that don't give people an excuse or reason to get you in trouble. Because certainly in my day, a lot of our guys would challenge, and they normally end up in the wrong place, usually being charged with assault. And so I always use the system, and I would say to him, when you're in positions like that, ask to see the manager or whoever is in charge. Okay, you're going to be told, sorry, he or she's not around at the moment, but ask to see them. And if they're not around, then you follow that up. And you follow it up with a phone call or in writing, or you report to the local authority, because the local authority issued a license to these people. You know, so there are ways to actually hit back on these people.
So your grandson was surprised. Were you surprised?
I was a little bit surprised, Winston, and the reason I was a little bit surprised was because, one, he's mixed heritage, so he looks very, very, very light anyway, and the other point was basically that's what I went through, and I know this discrimination is still there. I know that kids are stopped and searched on the streets in Sheffield. My friends' children have been stopped and searched by the police. But I was surprised in the way it was conducted. I mean, it wasn't done in a subtle way. It was done in a very open, racist, and shameful way. And that surprised me because, yeah, that surprised me.
And you mentioned that you asked him to go and speak to management. Is that a thing that realistically you think young people of colour would normally do in this day and age?
That's the first people I tend to ask for. I want to speak to the person in charge.
Okay, but you've got a level of experience and you're able to do that. Is that the advice you gave your son, and would you give anyone and everyone that same advice?
Well, because that's the advice I would give anyone, because I know that once a black child begins to kick back or challenge, they normally ended up on the wrong side of the law, not because of their fault, but for some reason they always end up getting picked up in charge, whether they're in the wrong or the right. It happened to me, actually. I mean, I went to a nightclub in Sheffield. I'm not going to mention nightclub in Sheffield. And in fact, I played for a football team, which was an all-white football team after leaving Caribbeans. And we won the league and went out one night to a club in Sheffield. And all my white mates walked in. And as I was just about to walk in, the guy at the door said to me, "I'm sorry, you can't come in." I said, why can't I come in? Well, we're full. And there were people behind me walking straight in. It was actually in the press, and they went to the Commission for Racial Equality then. And I reported, I asked to see the manager, and obviously they told me that the manager was there, you know, and he weren't going to be there. But I reported it to the press, and I reported to local authorities, and I reported to the Commission for Racial Equality. They challenged it initially, but in the end, they actually agreed and actually paid me compensation of £50.
Well done, you.
It has worked, and I've got the photograph of that. In fact, my mom saved it and gave it to me just before she died.
Okay, Des, I'm aware that you, and it links to your answer to the question I just asked you, but I'm aware that for 4 years you were the chair of the disciplinary hearing for the Football Association Anti-Discriminatory Commission. You also sit on the Criminal Injuries Compensation Appeal, Employment Appeal Tribunal and Resolution Board UK. You also, in a non-judicial capacity, you're the chairman of the Sheffield and Hallamshire Football Association's Inclusion Advisory Group. Though they're all quite different in scope, these roles, to me, there's a common thread that runs through all of these positions. To what extent has your experience of racism and racial inequality influenced your decisions to take on these roles?
I'm people orientated, and I believe in justice and fairness, and wherever I see it, I challenge it, which sometimes get me into trouble, but I do hate to see injustices, and so I will always challenge it. And I suppose, really, I've not thought about this, but I suppose all the positions I've been in local government, it was about trying to develop communities, and trying to improve communities as a whole, working alongside people, challenging racism. And I suppose in the sort of tribunal legal sense, that's very similar. It's about fair treatment, it's treating people fairly, treat them with respect. And I suppose that's the thread, really, which have run through my career.
Yes, I would say that in summarising, you also were a race equality officer.
Yes, I was race relations officer. It's old fashioned now. Race relations officer in 1977 to about 1984 in Sheffield and in Huddersfield. And then I went to Leicestershire, where I was assistant county clerk for urban policies.
Can you share with us any of your experiences as a race equality officer? What kind of issues you were having to address?
Well, obviously I mentioned 1977, which really was around the time when there were lots of riots or civil disturbances, if you prefer that, within the country as a whole. And I think you're probably watching Uprising at the moment, which is on television. But I mean, at that time, there were a lot of racism, and there's a lot of civil disturbances up and down the country. Sheffield avoided it for some reason, for good reasons, really, because I think the community really got together with the local authorities to try and address a number of issues. So Sheffield avoided that. So in a way, I think the background basically, there was a lot of racism around. There's a lot of actions around as well. And I think in our day, and I'm trying to say in our day, I think people were very, very, very openly, very active and challenged things. And that's how I think we got a lot of things done. And we got a lot of things done in terms of quite a lot of the funding, which began to pour into communities like urban program, which you probably won't know about, Section 11 funding and various other pockets of funding were poured into the inner cities. And for me, I mean, I think that really was because of a lot of the activity of a lot of Black people within the country as a whole.
Thanks, Des. One of your other acts, you were the chairman and president of Sadaka, and you were one of the founders of the Caribbean Sports Club, which has netball, which serves netball, cricket, football. Earlier evidence and submissions that we've had from attendees speak of Black and ethnic minority-led organisations, businesses, and clubs being too often overlooked when funding decisions are made, and therefore left to scrap between themselves over relatively derisory funding amounts. Can you share with us your experience of the support you received from Sheffield City Council in your time with Caribbean Sports Club?
Yeah. I think in a way, Winston, the different periods, I think my period is far different from the period now. As I mentioned, things like when I was growing up, there was urban program money, which a lot of money plugged into the city. There was Section 11 money, which employed a lot of staff and so on. And there was manpower services commission funding and so on. So I'm probably mentioning a lot of things which a lot of people on the tribal commission may not be aware of. So it's a different time in a way. And I think a lot of, for example, if you look at the Crooksmore Youth Club, which was set up when I came here in 1966, I think, at Crooksmore, that was mainly a sort of West Indian community type youth club where people, West Indians, and we were West Indians because we're young immigrants from different parts of the West Indies, went to in Crooksmore, and they came from Pittsmore, Nether Edge, you name it, all of us went to that particular place in Crooksmore. Now that funding came through the local authority for workers and for the building, which was a dilapidated building in the middle of this field in Crooksmore. Then there was a hub, of course, which again, there were resources for that. But a lot of that, again, is Section 11 urban program funding. Sedaka is the same, urban program, Section 11 funding. The sports club was the same, urban program, Section 11 funding. So I think the point I'm trying to make is that around that time, there were a lot of resources around that time. Certainly when I was chairman at Sedaka, the local authority was providing some funding to the organization. And I think that funding went to pay for 1.5 staff. It meant that all the other, but the funding we received from the local authority, a significant percentage of that went back to the local authority to pay for rent and various other things. So basically, whilst the local authority was giving us maybe £100,000, they were taking back maybe £50,000-60,000, which was covering rent and various other things. So the maintenance, for example, of Sedaka had to be met by its members and raising money. And basically that's how they organize it. So it's very difficult to answer your question in a specific way, because you just have to look at the way the funding regime worked at that particular time. I know that latterly, certainly down the lines, things changed significantly, and I can see Olivia there. I'm quite sure Olivia will give you some information around that. And but yeah, so we went through a time whereby funding was totally withdrawn. But again, one needs to look at the reason why Sedaka was set up and the concept of the organization. And the concept wasn't really around business. It was really to deliver a lot of services which the local authorities weren't able to deliver. It was there for a purpose. And if you look at the projects and the initiatives which came out of Sedaka, in terms of funding, that's far outweighs any resources at all which came from local or central government. I don't know if I've answered your question. It's a long way around. But
it does. And what I get from your earlier comments that the funding to Black and ethnic minority groups wasn't mainstream funding. And when those funding streams no longer existed, then Black and minority-led organisations tend to live hand to mouth and struggle to survive.
Yeah.
And it's probably only because of the goodwill of its members and management why they still survive. Yeah. And we need to change that. That's essentially what I'm getting from what you've given us there.
I think your summary is very good.
Des, I'm going back to your list of honours.
Embarrass me now.
You were chairman of the bench for 4 years and no longer chairman of the bench because your term ran out. You're a sitting magistrate at the moment. From your perspective as a Black person, Black male, what is your sense of Sheffield, and how far down the road is Sheffield when it comes to tackling racial inequality?
Oh, that's a big question.
The big question, Des. I'd like a big answer.
Yeah, yeah. I've been a magistrate for 39 years, which is quite a long time, and I'm coming up to retirement fairly soon anyway. First black person who chair of the bench, and you know, very, very proud of that. But having said that, I think you just have to look around Sheffield, Winston, and judge for yourself. You know, you look at the shops. I know a lot's closed down now because of COVID and so on. But you look at the shops and you look at people in authority throughout the city, and you know, you tell me how many black people do you see. I go to London, and so totally, certainly when I went around sort of central London, certain places, a totally different visual view of a diverse group of people. I went to Canada for a while, and we were surprised to see how diverse their staff and employees were. But if you walk around Sheffield, I mean, I'm afraid you'd be very, very disappointed. I mean, certainly, I don't know the local authority position, its employment position, but I don't know of many black people working in the city. Certainly in my day, and I'm sorry to say in my day, people like Mike Atkins was probably the most senior black person, and he was a careers officer in the city council. There weren't many. You know, I've never worked for the city council, even though I applied for jobs there. I had to leave the city to get jobs, and I worked for race equality, but again, that wasn't funded by the city council. That was by the Commission for Racial Equality, which you probably again may not know much about. Commission for Racial Equality. I went to Huddersfield again as a chief exec race equality officer, and again, that was funded by the Commission for Racial Equality, not by the local government. Then I went to Leicester, of course, which was a different kettle of fish. And that's the first job I've had, which were really funded through a central resource. You know, but I don't know if I've answered you, but basically, you look around the city.
You have answered it very well, which leads me to another question. Given the boards that you sit on and the roles that you've had, what was the makeup in terms of diversity on those boards?
Well, I'm used to being the only person nearly everywhere I go. And I sit on the criminal agents compensation. And I believe at the moment, I'm the only black person on that. I think there are some Asian doctors on it. But in terms of lay people like myself, I think I'm the only black person on that. And I think the number is 60 or 70. On social security, I don't think that there are many either. On the EAT, Employment Appeals Tribunal, I think I'm the only black person now on that. And I've been for the last maybe 10 years. When I was, yeah, I mean, I can go on, but I think I've always been the only person in.
I understand that, but did you get a sense that there were any initiatives in place to change that?
Well, I think over the last 18 months, a lot of people are making a lot of efforts now, and a lot of policy statements are saying we will do X, Y, Z. But again, you just have to monitor and see what happens. Certainly within the criminal justice system, the MOJ, Minister of Justice, they've developed a lot of policies and actually going out and recruiting a lot more people of colour into the judiciary. And I can see that number increasing actually.
Thanks for that, Des. Des, I've got one more question, and then I'm going to pass you over to the chair, Professor Kevin Hilton, and colleagues who may have some additional questions. Your Deputy Lieutenant.
Oh dear.
could you just take a minute and just explain what that role is, please?
Oh God, yeah. Basically, it's a Queen's appointment, and there's Lord Lieutenant who's appointed by the Queen, and then he decides how many Deputy Lieutenants he wants. To be honest, I'm fairly new to all this. So he actually recommended me to be one of his deputies, and I think it has to be approved by the Queen. And basically what you do is I think part of the duties is you organise a royal visit to the city, to the county, it's South Yorkshire, to the county of South Yorkshire. And as deputies, you know, we make sure everything works okay and so forth. You also recommend people for honours, but the recommendations really has to come from the communities themselves, individuals themselves. We process it and pass it off to the honours committee, who then decide whether somebody gets an MB or OB, etc., etc. So that's an important role, and that's one of the things I'm really trying to do, is encourage more and more people within the particularly BAME community to put names of people forward for honours, because there's so much good work being done. It's never been recognised, you know, but people have to begin to do that. The things like the garden party as well, the Queen's Garden Party, again, one's not been held for a couple of years because of the pandemic. But again, putting names forward for people to go to those. But again, people has to know that these things are there for them to get involved. And citizen ceremonies, again, we tend to do citizen ceremonies, which is hand over people's citizenship awards and stuff like that. So we attend a lot of functions, which are a lot of ceremonial things and so on. And in terms of ranking, in terms of ranking and seniority, in terms of the civic list, I think the lieutenants are the highest in terms of lieutenant, Lord Mayors, you know, High Court judges, High Sheriffs, and so on. So it's quite a very senior position.
I asked you the question, Des, because you've achieved extremely well, and within a community, within the Black community, we don't know much about it. And as I did a bit more research on you, I learned more about you, and I've known you for a long time. So that information just needs to get out there. And I felt it was, I wouldn't do you justice by talking about it, and you'd be able to articulate it much better than I can, and you have done. Just my last question, my very last question: can you nominate? Can you self-nominate?
No, I can't, because
well, I want to nominate, and I think you should have 3 letters after your name. So tell me what the process is, and I'll start the work.
Well, basically, all you have to do is go on the website, Honours website, and download the application form. And no, but in fact, you know, the Lord Lieutenant, who retires in November, he's asked me to chair a group to develop a strategy for the lieutenancy as a whole. You know, this is all new to them. The whole thing about diversity is quite new to them. So I'm chairing a group at the moment, and we're in the process of developing a strategy to address diversity within the lieutenancy. And in terms of, you know, engaging with communities and encouraging people to put names forward, and getting more people going to garden parties, you know, and functions like that, I think is quite crucial. So that's got to be in the strategy.
Des, thank you for your insight. It's been a pleasure. I'm going to hand you back to Professor Kevin Hilton.
I'm very proud of you. You've done us well.
Thanks. I've got time for one more question. I think I'm going to indulge myself as the chair, if that's okay, Des. You made a point about the civil disturbances when you were talking about you were talking about 1977 and so on. And I've heard this a few times from a few different people, that Sheffield wasn't affected by the civil disturbances over the various decades, 81, 91, and so on. And I'm trying to get a sense of what the story is behind all of that, what the explanation might be. Yeah. Is it, you know, so for example, is it something to do with community cohesion? Is it something to do with activism, community activism, or is it something to do with ambivalence? What's your story behind why Sheffield has never been caught up in these civil disturbances that have affected other large city regions?
Yeah, that's an extremely good question, really. It's been mentioned quite a lot, actually, and I look back to, I think Sheffield Black people have always been very, very active. And I think the establishment of the youth club in Crooksmore and the West Indian Community Association played a very significant part. And they had a very, very close working relationship with the local authority around that time. I remember as a youngster, basically, I used to sit on various education committee within the local authority and various other committees. So a lot of West Indians, and I mention West Indians because they're the mainly people involved at the time. And there were also quite a lot of Asian people from the Asian community involved at the time. And we sat on those committees really developing policies. And so it was that sort of cooperation really between the West Indian community and the local authority, which I believe managed to somehow we avoid that situation. But there was also a very good link as well with the police, because around that time the police had, I think they were called community liaison officers. And certainly when I was in the Race Equality Council, I had direct contact with a superintendent who had responsibility for race relations. And it's interesting that David Duckenfield, I know he's a lot of difficult challenges down the line because of the Hillsborough incident. He was one of the persons actually I worked with during that time. So there's a lot of active cooperation around that time, Professor, which I think helped to calm the situation down in Sheffield.
Yes, and I'm guessing this was reflected across different communities in terms of, younger people and adults having access to community facilities.
Yeah. I mean, there were youth club. There was Crooksmore Youth Club. There was, then there was the Hub. Then there was a youth club in Pittsmore as well, and there was a Bow Centre. There are lots of different things around, and there was a sports club, of course. So that so we had a lot of contact at the time with so many different groups around the city. There was a very close link as well between the West Indian community and the Asian community. And there was this very tight knit of people working together because we're experiencing the same problems.
Thank you. And I think on that note, which I think even though you've finished off with problems, I think there was a very productive undercurrent to that message. I'll have to draw this session to a close. Des, it's been, I'm surprised that we've not met before. Given everything that you're doing, you seem to be everywhere at the same time. But we appreciate the work that you're doing in the city and regionally and nationally, and for influencing people like Winston over the years since he was 11. Much appreciated. And thank you also for supporting the commission today and with your submission. And I hope your grandson has a better experience in Sheffield as he continues to listen to you and act upon your very knowledgeable experience.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. How are you, Hannes? How are you?
I'm doing well, Kevin. Good to see you as well.
Yeah. Congratulations on the report.
Thank you.
Have
Only
you
now just recovering?
It's good to see you wearing the racing green as well, Reese. So what sort of response have you had?
It's a really good question. It's been overwhelmingly positive, actually, and we were very nervous ahead of publication that there would be backlashes here and there, and naysayers coming out and things like that. But actually, it's been universally supported and adopted and accepted, and we're having some very constructive conversations already with the FIA, with Formula One teams and the wider motorsport sector. So it's really good.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we'll have a chat about some of that in a short while. Before we get going, I'd just like to hand you back to Adele, who leads the Secretariat, who's just going to go through a little bit of housekeeping before we get going.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the Commission before we begin. So as you may know, the Commission was set up as an inquiry into the impact, causes, nature and extent of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield. It was established to focus on 6 key themes, and those were health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today is the first day of the sport and culture hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report produced for key stakeholders in Sheffield to take action. You've been invited as key witnesses today to share your insights into the 5 main areas of the Race Equality Commission. And these areas are what you believe to be information which may be of use to the Commission on reducing racism and racial inequality, knowledge of race-related frameworks or duties, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within the sector that you work in, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. By being asked as witnesses today, you're required to act in good faith, and by being here, we're assuming that that is the case. And just to let you know that this session is being recorded and it will be available later on the Commission's website, and any non-confidential information that you've supplied will also be on the Commission's website. Can I ask all those in attendance to wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and if everyone can introduce themselves before speaking for the record. If any commissioners have questions, could you send them to me privately and I'll send those on to the chair. And now I'd like to kind of pass you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thanks very much.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Adele. Rhys, Johannes, thank you very much for your time today. Much appreciated. As Adele said, and as you know, I'm the independent chair, but I'm joined today by commissioners from the Sheffield Race Equality Commission. I'll begin the questioning, but soon after, I'm sure the commissioners will have some questions for you themselves. Normally, we would ask for a submission of evidence to respond to some of to our terms of reference, but our agreement was that your report would absolutely suffice, and that's what we've used as the basis for our conversation today. So thanks very much for sending through an advance copy just before it hit the press. So much appreciated for that. So I wonder then if one of you or both of you could just introduce yourself, and if you could just give us some of the highlights of the Hamilton Commission report that you have just both been involved in researching and writing.
Thank you, and thanks, Kevin. And I think we're both genuinely delighted to be here, to be able to give evidence and to talk about the work we've done over the last 12 months. As I said at the beginning, before some of the commissioners have gone, it's been pretty grueling, and we're only now recovering. So I'm Rhys Morgan. I'm the Director for Engineering and Education at the Royal Academy of Engineering, which is the UK's national kind of learned society. It's the National Academy for Engineering. We are a fellowship of about 1,500 of the UK's top engineers, about half from industry, half from academia. And our kind of charitable aim is to put engineering excellence, use engineering excellence for the benefit of UK society. So our fellows give their time freely to support government and to support local governments and to support UK economy for the benefit of UK citizens. So Johannes, why don't you introduce yourself?
Thanks, Reese. Yeah, I'll just quickly add on there. So I am Johannes Scarlett. I've been working at the Royal Academy for a number of years now. My current role is Research and Policy Advisor for Diversity and Inclusion. And so I was one of the principal researchers on the Hamilton Commission, working day to day alongside Reese, looking from data to sort of commissioning reports and surveys, and carrying out some of the case study interviews that you would have read in the report. So I'll let Reese carry on.
So if you could say a bit about the report for anyone who hasn't read it.
Well, I'm assuming you've all read all 200 pages, haven't you?
Yes, but remember, there are members of the public who are in attendance as well.
Right, I see. Okay, I do have a very short presentation if it helps. Just it gives a quick highlights of the kind of main key findings. Would that help?
Okay, sure.
It's about 3 slides, so it really shouldn't
okay, go for it.
Too long. And let me know if you can see that.
Yep, we can see it.
And you can see that. Okay, fab. Okay, so Lewis Hamilton, Johannes and my new best mate, was made an honorary fellow of the Academy in 2019, and his team came to us about May last year to ask our kind of advice and guidance on him establishing a commission around addressing underrepresentation in motorsport. And so we kind of talked to his team for a while, and we said, look, you know, there's a huge amount of underrepresentation in engineering and STEM, and it's been 30 plus years where we've been trying to address female underrepresentation, and you know, there's also underrepresentation of minority ethnic groups and disabled people and people of different sexual orientation and so on. So, you know, if you're not careful here, you'll be boiling the ocean. So we very quickly got down to addressing a kind of ethnic diversity. And even then I said, you know, this kind of catch-all term of BAME doesn't really help. We know that students from Chinese ethnic origin backgrounds have much higher attainment and progression in STEM subjects, science and technology, engineering, maths, compared to Indian students, students of British Indian. And even when you look at, so BAME doesn't really work. Even when you look at Black students, we know that there's differences in attainment and progression among Black African, Black Caribbean students. So we agreed fairly quickly to focus on Black students in particular, and where we found challenges, barriers, if there was opportunities to kind of extrapolate them to wider barriers for all underrepresented groups, or specifically minority ethnic groups, then we could do that. So we kicked off formally in about June last year, and we brought together a group of commissioners from a range of backgrounds, some from the motorsport sector, some from schools, further education and higher education. So what we were really looking at was the kind of career progression pathways from schools into the motorsport sector. And I should probably say from the outset, we looked at the competitive element of the motorsport sector, of racing. So kind of the racing car drivers themselves. And we thought, actually, it's a bit of a red herring. There are only something like 20 Formula One drivers at any one time in the world. And you're more likely to be able to, you've got a better chance of getting in the England World Cup team than you are getting into Formula One. And actually, these days, a lot of the teams also require those drivers to bring funding with them. So they're looking for people who can bring sponsorship with them into the sport. So when Lewis Hamilton called it the Billionaire Boys Club a few years ago, it's kind of, he really meant it. And he's probably one of the kind of last of the kind of breed of working class racing drivers that we'll probably see. So many of the drivers coming through these days have got, parents who are now also funding the team, Lance Stroll and his father Lawrence Stroll, for example. So actually not focusing on the drivers themselves, but more the kind of the team behind. And for motorsport and for Formula One, the team behind is predominantly engineers. And so then we on our journey of looking at what the barriers to getting into kind of engineering careers in the motorsport sector were. Okay, so I'll do this slide. Johannes, you do the next one, yeah, like we did previously. Okay, so we looked at the motorsport sector itself. And the first thing we wanted to do was get a baseline kind of picture of what the situation was. And we very quickly found out that I think no teams that we spoke to could give us any data on the ethnicity of their workforce. And to be honest, that's not uncommon. We did a survey of engineering employers about 2 or 3 years ago, and actually fewer than 5% actually collected any ethnicity data on their workforce, or broader diversity data beyond gender. And so it didn't come as a huge surprise. Some of the larger corporates in engineering, Rolls-Royce and companies like that, do, but we are a kind of nation of SMEs, and actually motorsport itself is full of SMEs. So we think of Mercedes and McLaren and Red Bull as these enormous organizations because we see them in the kind of the lights and on TV, but actually the largest of those, Mercedes, probably got about 1,200 people. So most of the teams are down at 400 or 500, 600 kind of workforce. So then they don't have very sophisticated HR systems. They mostly 2 or 3 people in a HR team, and that causes a number of kind of barriers. So the first thing we noted was that there wasn't any diversity data that we could use. But speaking to the teams, the HR representatives, we know this isn't good practice, but they kind of suggested estimates of what of the kind of ethnic breakdown of their staff. And so across the Formula One, we kind of worked out it's kind of less than 1% is from Black ethnic groups. We then looked at, why that is the case. And so we started looking into recruitment practices. And there are 2 different streams, 2 employment pathways into motorsport, into Formula One. One is the graduate route, where you do a degree and then you get employed as a graduate. And the other is the kind of more technician, race mechanic type route. And that seems to be more through experience. So you'd have worked your way up through touring cars or rally car or GT or something like that, and then you move on to another team, Formula 4, Formula 3, building your race experience all the way until you're really able to demonstrate that you've got the skills to perform at the highest level at Formula 1 and change a tyre in 2 seconds. So looking at the recruitment practices, particularly around graduates, what we found was these teams are incredibly competitive. They are the most competitive, ultra competitive, teams that you'll ever meet, and they'll compete on anything. And so they just have this very kind of narrow notion of, we want to recruit the best. We will only recruit the best. And their definition of the best is someone who went to Cambridge University or Imperial College University or Bristol University or Bath or something like that. And it's very often because the engineers who are doing the recruiting went there themselves. So there's a perpetuating cycle of, well, I know that brilliant engineers come from there because I am one and I'm in this Formula 1 team. So I'll go back to this university. The HR leads actually recognize that was an issue, and they're trying to do more to address that. And Formula 1 teams more generally are trying to address that, but it definitely is a culture of, let's go back to the top universities. So we were trying to get them to kind of, challenge them about, this notion of what is the best, and a kind of monolithic team of all the same people from the same university won't necessarily give you a whole diverse range of perspectives on some engineering challenges and so on. So that was definitely an issue. Another issue was that Formula 1 and motorsport generally is located in what's called the Motorsport Valley, which is a kind of rural area. If anyone's ever been to Silverstone, it is literally in the middle of nowhere, and it's a total pain to get to. And lots of the kind of motorsport organisations and teams have kind of clustered around that area. So it's somewhere in between kind of Warwickshire, Northamptonshire and Oxfordshire. And it's literally in the middle of nowhere. And so getting public transport to these companies, to the factories, is almost impossible. And certainly, you know, looking at, you know, where the majority of Black people live in major conurbations, major cities, it's just not possible for them to kind of be able to get to these companies very easily. So that's definitely a challenge. And particularly around kind of things like apprentices, where we're, you know, we think that there's more that teams could do around encouraging apprenticeships. Talking about apprenticeships, the Formula One and the FIA introduced what's called the cost cap in 2020, which is basically where the teams are only allowed to spend a certain amount of money on the car, improving the performance of the car. And they include staff wages on the performance of the car, except the team principals. Team principals are not included, and nor are the drivers. And so the most highest paid people in the teams are not included in the cost cap, but apprentices would be. And so a lot of the teams said, well, why would we bother hiring an apprentice? Because actually they're just a burden to us. They're just going to be a pain. We've got to train them. We've got to look after them, do a lot of hand holding, when I could just recruit a time-served technician who can get on the job straight away and get working on the car for me. So we thought we could see that the cost cap was a barrier, not just to Black people, but to people from kind of lower income families and people who are more likely to go through a kind of an apprenticeship route as well. And then Johannes mentioned he did a lot of case study work. And actually, for those of you who've seen the report, there's a lot of kind of data in the report. But the thing that really brought it to life was the lived experiences of all the people that Johannes spoke to. You know, there was a lot of perceptions that they were kind of overlooked for progression opportunities. There was a lot of kind of banter, lots of just racism, outright racism disguised as banter, and then these kind of microaggressions as well. And Johannes, you can talk a bit more to that. But before we do that, I'll pass you on to the education pages.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Reese. Yeah, and so as Reese kind of explained, and as you were saying earlier as well, Kevin, I suppose we are talking to the sort of the sports committee, but there's such a massive education strand to the research that we've done that that really came out very early on in terms of a STEM career, a motorsports career. We depend a lot on the STEM skills, and so that's something that we picked up. So if we're going to understand why there's so few Black people within the motorsport sector, we should look at further back at the pipeline and how people get into STEM and into motorsports. And so we looked at the STEM pipeline, going through further education, higher education, and pre-16 education, and trying to understand some of the issues that might be affecting or the barriers that might exist at that level. And one of the first things that came up was very few young Black people know about or were interested in engineering and motorsports. And this was the research that we commissioned ourselves. So we commissioned a survey of around 2,500 young people. And we followed it up with some focus groups of around 100 young Black people, young people. And from those studies, you could see them in the report. What we tried to understand is what is the current sort of interest within motorsport engineering, and what we saw is actually is consistently relatively low, around 9% for motorsports. When you compare that to something like football, which is up there like around 49%. So it's not necessarily a massively followed sport, but there wasn't necessarily massive racial differences. That 9% carried through for both Black and white people watching sports. Black Caribbean students in particular were not achieving high grades. So this is another thing that we came across in STEM subjects at the GCSE levels. And so this is where we're seeing a sort of a first limiting situation, a first narrowing in that sort of pipeline, where you're seeing where people take their GCSEs, usually in maths and physics are the two that you sort of look towards to carry you through into the A level in engineering. And what we see is actually, whilst Black African students are doing relatively well in that area, Black Caribbean students are not. And this is also reflected as well within sort of school behavioral techniques. We see that generally school behavioral techniques tended to show a bias against Black students to some extent. But what we saw actually is for Black Caribbean students in particular, it was a lot more high than compared to African students, etc. as well. So fixed term exclusions, we see at least, even when you do all the controls for sort of demographics or socioeconomic status, Black Caribbean students are still 1.7 times more likely to be excluded than their white counterparts. So that was an issue, and of course that will impact on the number of students who are available to proceed on to do STEM at A level. And once we do get to sort of A levels, what we're seeing is while STEM A levels are very popular with Black students, there's a divide there again. So Black African students are a lot more and better represented at A levels than their Black Caribbean counterparts. And when we actually see, even though they are well represented at A level, when we're seeing those who are getting sort of the top grades, the A stars, for example, I believe it was around only about 23 Black students got an A star in 2019. I'm looking at Reese now. I think it's 2019. Out of that's thousands of students that year. Sorry,
specifically for physics A level.
That's it, specifically for physics. Thank you. And then the other route, so that was A level. So another route is through the further education route from apprenticeships. And what we're seeing is Black people who go, very few Black people actually go on to do apprenticeships. And actually, within some of that research, we see actually that there's a good number of Black students who actually apply. They're not necessarily getting through into the roles, and around 2% of all apprentices are from Black backgrounds. So that's going to be around 1,100 sort of young people out of 50,000 who are doing apprenticeships. And then finally, Black students, when we look at the higher education level, Black students are a lot less likely to go to top universities. Those are the Russell Group universities that we spoke about, where the F1 teams are already recruiting from. So even though Black students are well represented at universities, they're not represented at those top Russell Group universities and more likely to go to those post-92 universities. And then also when we're looking at sort of the degrees that they achieve, there is a attainment gap in outcomes. So there's around, within engineering, around a 20% gap between Black students and white students in terms of getting that first class grade. So 43% of white students will get a first class grade and 20% of Black students will get a first class grade. And so, yeah, so those are some of the main key barriers we found within the education pipeline.
Thanks, Johannes. I'll be really quick now just to kind of touch on the recommendations. What we found as we went through, so the commissioners were split up into subgroups, looking at schools, looking at further education, higher education, and the motorsport sector. And all the recommendations seem to cluster around they all clustered around three themes. The first was around kind of support and empowerment. So those young people who wanted to study engineering or motorsport, actually they needed more support. They needed more careers advice and guidance. They needed to have better academic attainment and so on. So we looked at, so the recommendations started to cluster around how to give them support and how to empower them, how to get them, encourage them to reach to better universities, higher kind of rated universities than the ones they might ordinarily have gone for just because they were local or something like that. The second was around accountability. So we did a lot of work looking at kind of race equality in schools and anti-racism in schools. So identifying kind of race equality charters developed by the National Education Union, but also the Race Equality Charter for Higher Education. And there was a strong view from the commissioners that we needed a kind of a diversity and inclusion charter for F1 and motorsport as well, which we put in and we're working on with the F1 teams on developing now. And then the third area was around inspiration and engagement. As Johannes mentioned, very few young Black people had any idea about careers in STEM. Actually, they weren't any different to the white people. White people generally didn't have many ideas about engineering either. So there's a big piece of work to do around encouraging more young people to understand engineering careers. We also focused on one of the things that came through was the role of supplementary schools, Saturday schools, and actually as a way of kind of reaching young Black people through their communities, and that's become a kind of an interesting kind of avenue that we've developed recommendations around as well. I leave it there so that we can respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reese and Johannes. It's interesting what you're doing for us as commissioners is bringing to life the conversations that we've already had. with people in education, with people in business and employment, with people in the voluntary community and faith sector, around the kind of education pipeline and the various racial dynamics that impact that pipeline, from schools through to post 16 to higher education. What you're doing is you're showing us the impact of certain forms of behaviors, institutional behaviors, individualized behaviors, and how they then can have a knock-on to a young person's ability to take on a particular GCSE, to take on a particular A-level, to then go on to a particular university. It's absolutely, it's kind of writ large, I think, for commissioners in front of us. You've even touched upon some things that the representative from Sport England talked about today, in terms of the location of particular ethnic communities and how that then affected their ability to even access Silverstone or wherever. So that link between the urban and the rural is something that's come through really, really strong for us. Lewis said in his foreword to your report that while our report focuses on motorsport, it uses the industry as a lens through which to explore institutional issues. And given what I've just said, I think that's, for me, that's really clear in terms of what you've done. He says, that it uses the industry as a lens through which to explore institutional issues across our society that prevent Black youth from achieving their highest potential. These can range from our schools place Black students into lower ability groups to how they hire so few Black and then they hire so few Black teachers. And it clearly identifies for me a pattern of discrimination. This is what he's saying, against Black students from a very, very young age. First I'd like to commend you on the work that you've done. He said, Lewis also says that the industry is almost set up to say no to a certain type of person from a certain background and economic status. Do you think that comes through clearly in your report as well? Johannes or Rhys?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, there is a very clear political kind of dimension to this at the moment, with the government, almost waging a culture war against the kind of minority ethnic groups and the whole Black Lives Matter movement. We've all seen in the news and so on. And so we were wary of really kind of stating explicitly that, because it requires a significantly more robust level of evidence, I think, to really state that there is institutionalized racism in all these different sectors and within schools and colleges and so on. So we didn't go as far as to say there is institutionalized racism in the report. Lewis did in his foreword, but we let the data and we let the stories, the case studies tell the story and allow the readers to make their own mind up, which is, frankly, it was bloody clear that it was, there is systemic racism right through. A culture of low expectations of teachers towards young Black people. The lack of representation of Black people in teaching generally and in STEM subjects more specifically. The lack of Black people in leadership positions in schools and in colleges, the lack of Black lecturers, the lack of Black professors in universities. I mean, it's all the way through. So I think absolutely there are clear indicators of systemic barriers, and I think where there may be individual behaviours, actually, continuation of individual behaviours is a systemic behaviour.
Mm-hmm. Did you identify any examples of good practice that you could share with us?
Johannes, do you want to go? Or should... We did, and we were at pains to try and highlight where we could good practice. And there are schools, there are some amazing teachers, and some, oh God, it was doing the research was simultaneously depressing and inspiring, because you just come across these amazing people who are doing incredible things. The head teacher in Lewisham, Johannes, who I think I said I wanted to marry her at some point. She was just brilliant, and they're really introducing a kind of anti-racism charter for schools in Lewisham, and she was, so powerful in her kind of response to what we were finding, and the work they're doing in Lewisham to address this, and we can hand on her details. Similarly, the work that the academic from Birmingham University, Johannes, I've forgotten his name, David Gilborn, thank you, is doing around race in education, highlighting. So we had a long conversation with him around exclusions. Exclusions was a funny almost kind of something that came out left field, a bit tangential, because it doesn't directly relate to increasing jobs in motorsport, but it became something that the commissioners were very keen to explore. Lewis himself was excluded from school, and was really worried that it was going to ruin his career as a racing driver. And a number of the commissioners also talked about experiences of being excluded and so on. So, and it was really interesting that the government did an independent review of exclusions, I think in 2017 or 18, the Timpson review. It was Edward Timpson MP, and they looked at the data and they said, okay, students from Gypsy Roma communities are, I can't remember the number, 7 times more likely to be excluded than a white British student. Black Caribbean students are 3 times more likely to be excluded than a white British student. And they said, yeah, but this is the raw data. We have to contextualize this. We have to now add the filters, because we need to control for things like special educational needs. We need to look at socioeconomic indicators, deprivation, and so on and so forth. And so they did this kind of regression analysis. And in doing that, they found that Gypsy Roma students were less likely than white British students to be excluded. And it was just, well, hold on a second, how can you do that? It makes no sense. Actually, even when they did that, they still found that Black Caribbean students were 1.7 times more likely to be excluded than the white students. But the point is, what they were doing, they were looking at the color of your skin, your race, rather than your ethnicity and all the factors that are part of your ethnicity. The fact that the fact that Black students, 50% of Black students do come from lower income families, that there are issues around special educational needs within Black communities and so on and so forth. So they seem to kind of exclude all of that when looking at, just looking at, the race of the person as opposed to their ethnicity and all the factors that contribute to that. So, so there were pockets of good practice, but we tried to highlight those where we could.
Okay. Did you want to add anything into that, Johannes?
No, I think we've covered all of the best practice. I mean, yeah, within motorsports and a lot of engineering companies, so they're a little bit behind, perhaps, in terms of the D&I perspectives. But even there, we did find amongst some of the teams with very small HR departments, a concerted effort to sort of even though the standard procedure for some of the companies were just to say, okay, what university did you get? What grade did you get? That's who we're going to hire. If anyone didn't get that, we'll cut them off. Some people were saying, no, we're going to go through by hand and look through every single CV and basically pick people out who have shown that exceptional sort of determination and trying, rather than just looking at people who got the top grades or went to the top university. So that's definitely good practice.
Yeah. So who are the key stakeholders that this report's aimed at, that need to be held to account, and how do you propose to ensure and monitor action?
That's a really good question. So number one is the Formula One teams themselves, and then the wider motorsport community. I mentioned the desire to develop a charter. We have to be really careful about this because this was a personal commission from Lewis Hamilton. We didn't have a mandate from the Formula One teams themselves to say, develop recommendations and we'll stick by them. So we had to look at bringing these teams along. As I mentioned, they're so competitive with each other. If there's a sniff that they might be seen as being inferior to another team, they will walk away. And if one team walks away, then it gives the license to the other teams to say, well, we don't have to do it either. So in developing a charter, we had to make sure that we brought them along in a kind of a supportive way and encourage them to be more diverse and get them to recognize that actually, developing inclusive workplace practices, which will lead to diversity, benefits all the workforce. And of course, they will have people with caring responsibilities, and particularly, with the coronavirus, people who need to work at home more. There'll be, an aging workforce of people with increasing levels of disability, and in an incredibly pressurized environment where, the car has to be ready by the next weekend. It's a pressure cooker environment. So developing workplace practices that make everyone feel valued and included is going to benefit all of the staff, and that will, hopefully then lead to more diversity as well, along with, embedding more inclusive recruitment practices and progression practices and so on. So we did. So absolutely, those Formula One teams need to be held to account, and I think, with Black Lives Matter, the genie's out of the bottle for diversity in motorsport. As Johannes mentioned, a lot of the teams are doing work around diversity and inclusion, but it's mostly focused on improving gender representation, getting more girls in. But within a year's time, if nothing's happened, then these teams are going to be shamed into getting things done. So at the moment, if they act positively along against the recommendations, then we can work positively with them. But if they don't, then actually, within a year, 18 months, Lewis is going to start, really talking up, why they haven't followed the recommendations.
How will Lewis know that things haven't happened if there isn't that kind of systematic monitoring of what the key stakeholders are doing?
Well, so the diversity inclusion charter that we're proposing would, as one of the requirements, have teams to publish their diversity of their workforce, or give of the data to the regulator, the FIA, or whoever it might be, or Formula One, to be published, and then publish kind of action plans to improve that the representation of the workforce. So a very public kind of statement of what they're doing to improve, and then they can be held to account against that.
Okay, is this something you've seen work elsewhere?
It's yeah, there's a real mixed picture with charters, we must be honest, and a lot of the commissioners, when we developed the first kind of, we developed a kind of proposed version, a lot of the commissioners said this doesn't go far enough. We need to actually set them very hard targets to stick to and abide by and publish progress against. But as I mentioned, because we didn't have a mandate, we heard from a lot of the HR directors in the teams. If you give us that, we'll just walk away.
So the question is, okay, so an organisation in motorsport publishes their action plan, but their action plan's superficial, tokenistic, whatever it might be. Who is then going to check and challenge?
I suppose that's the thing that's kind of now up for discussion with the FIA. So we've had conversations with the lead for diversity and inclusion at the FIA, the global regulator for motorsport. We had a very positive call with them just after we published it. And actually, we've been engaging with them throughout the year. Also, Motorsport UK, which is the UK's regulator. There are conversations now beginning with them, with Lewis's team. I mean, the Academy's involvement is to be determined, because we were brought on as the kind of primary research organisation for the Commission. We will maintain involvement and we'll continue with implementing some of the recommendations, but whether we are the organisation that will then hold the teams and the motorsport businesses and organisations to account is probably unlikely, because again, we don't have that mandate. But you know, we would probably be involved in some way with the FIA and Motorsport UK.
Okay, brilliant. I think at this point, I'm going to just hold my tongue, because we have 1 minute to complete. Is there anything that you would like to share with us before we close? Is there anything that perhaps you think we must take forwards as a recommendation in Sheffield, or you know, anything else?
Yes. There definitely is. I'm just trying to rack my brain over all the.
Well, don't worry. We have the report. You know, no problem. I'm not going to ask you to recount the whole thing. You did a great job at the beginning, and your responses have been fantastic and really productive.
So I do actually. I would absolutely encourage all the higher education institutions, Sheffield Hallam, Sheffield University, and any others that might be in the kind of. Are you South Yorkshire? Sorry,
It's South Yorkshire for sure. Yes.
Yes. For that.
Yes.
Tell you about South Wales, South Yorkshire. I'm not so good on. And yes, any of the kind of higher education institutions, they should absolutely be signing up to the Race Equality Charter that is developed by Advance AG, and working towards the minimum, the bronze, for that. We would encourage all the schools around the country, in fact, to sign up to the National Education Union's anti-racism framework. It's a really thorough and comprehensive framework for school leaders to look at what they're doing around curriculum, around staffing, around governance and leadership, and so on, community, and we think that, you know, we're really promoting that as part of the Commission. And that also applies to colleges as well. So absolutely to get those schools and colleges and universities signing up to those.
Okay, and what about employers?
Employers is a really good question. Now, we haven't done anything more broadly for employers, but there are, there are a number of diversity and inclusion charters available for employers. We are developing one specifically. So the Royal Academy of Engineering is developing one specifically for engineering employers, which we're currently in consultation with employers on its development. But that's more broadly about inclusion and diversity in a broader sense, rather than specifically around ethnic diversity.
Yeah. Well, Rhys, Johannes, thank you very much. The time has flown, but it's been an absolute pleasure catching up with you again. Thank you very much for your report and your commission. It was really valuable, and you know, hopefully we can stay in touch and you can continue supporting the Sheffield Race Equality Commission.
We absolutely will. Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Pardon?
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, you're very welcome. We're going to continue on, Rhys and Johannes. So if you'd like to, you know, continue on with your day, I'll catch up with you another time post the post this. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Very
Thanks for listening. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Andrew, hello. How are you?
Hi. Good to meet you all. I'm well. Thank you very much.
Kevin Hilton here. It's good. Yeah, it's good to see you. Welcome. I think for the first time we're only just 4 minutes off the start, so this is the closest we've been to being on time. So apologies for keeping you just a few minutes past the hour. Andrew, just before we get going, we've just got just a little bit of housekeeping to get out of the way. So I'm just going to hand you back to Adele Robinson, who leads the secretariat, who'll go through the housekeeping for us. So Adele, over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Andrew. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about the Commissioner's context. So as you may know, the Commission was established as an inquiry into the nature, extent, causes and impact of racial inequality and racism within Sheffield. It was set to look at 6 key themes, and those are health, education, civic life and communities, business and employment, crime and justice, and sport and culture. And today's the first day of the sport and culture hearing. At the culmination of all of the hearings, there'll be a report which will be produced and sent to key stakeholders for action in Sheffield. You've been invited as a key witness on this theme and to share your knowledge and insight into the 5 key areas of the Race Equality Commission. And those 5 key areas are what you believe to be or what you feel might be of interest in relation to racial inequality and racism in Sheffield, knowledge of your own or other race-related duties or frameworks, any analysis of the causes of racism or racial inequality within your sector, any examples of good practice in relation to reducing racism or racial inequality, and what you believe would be the best way to tackle racism or racial inequality within the city. As a witness, you're required to act in good faith, and by being here, we're assuming that you're doing so. And also, just to let you know, the hearing is being recorded and it will be available later on the Commission's website, and any non-confidential evidence that you've submitted will also be available later on the Commission's website. Can all those in attendance please wait for an invitation from the chair before speaking, and can all invited guests and commissioners introduce yourself for the record before speaking. Commissioners, if you have any questions, can you put those in the chat and I'll send those on to the chair. And now can I hand you back to the independent chair, Professor Kevin Hilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Adele, and welcome, Andrew. Andrew, as independent chair, I'm joined by commissioners who you'll see around you. Before you are invited to speak with them, do you think you could introduce yourself and the capacity in which you're attending today? And if you could say a little bit, just a little bit about your submission, that would be very helpful.
Thank you, Professor Hilton. So my name is Andrew Snelling. I'm the Chief Executive of Sheffield City Trust. Just one of the things I think is important is to be upfront about this stuff. So can I ask a question up front, which is about terminology?
Sure.
In the submission, various contributors from our organisation used the phrases BAME, BAMER, and ethnic minorities. Can I ask you which terminology you prefer? Because I'd like to use what you're comfortable with.
You know, you're asking a question that could take the next hour. don't you, Andrew?
Okay. Sure.
Okay, what we have to remember, okay, first, this is a safe space. Second, we recognize that terminology changes over time.
Mm-hmm.
And even within any particular moment, there are different people and different organizations that will use different terminology. For example, the term BAMER is one that is really quite particular to me in South Yorkshire. Okay, the important thing is, and also when we see BAME written on a sheet, some people will just see it as BAME, others will see it as Black and minority ethnic, some will see it as Black, Asian and minoritized ethnic, and others will see it as Black, Asian and minority ethnic. The key thing for me and for us is that we need to be consistent in the terminology we're using and who we're referring to when we use that terminology, and try to be as specific as possible wherever you can. So coming back to today, nobody's going to pull you up on terminology, because I think it'd be really clear how you're using that terminology. When you see the report, you'll see consistency in how we use terminology. But we won't get stymied by the fact that the terminology is contested, and therefore not get to the business we need to get to in regards to tackling racism and racial disparities. Does that help, Andrew?
That's extremely helpful. Thank you very much. Yeah. So just to turn to a quick introduction, the timing of this commission, I think, is really important with the COVID pandemic, simply because the pandemic has accelerated health inequalities at the same time as restricting access to indoor physical activity. And so therefore it is essential that we focus on getting the whole population active as soon as we possibly can, and maximising the opportunities to do that. So now is the time for real action within leisure and physical activity. The City Trust itself, and I gave some information in the context which I won't repeat, but not unlike its counterparts throughout the UK, has been increasingly focused on financial survival, keeping venues open and safe, delivering services, while suffering from the austerity of the last 10, 11 years. I think, to be fair, leisure was always a fairly narrow, inward-looking industry. If anything, it has become more insular as austerity has hit. And we recognise we need to move away from this. I've been in this role for 4 years, and I'm really keen that the organisation moves away from simply managing buildings and reaches out much more into the community. It is a charitable trust, and I'm really keen that it starts to do more of the work it has always done, but has rather been quiet about, in terms of work outside venues and in communities. And for a number of years, we have worked with various partners, and I can give you details about that if that's relevant. But I think what's become increasingly apparent in the last few years and over the period of COVID is that it is difficult to fully engage with some communities while our workforce is not representative of those communities. And so we've started to do as much work as we can in addressing those issues. My colleague Mandy Palker was due to join this call. She's our head of people and service, and has led significantly on this area. Unfortunately, she's unable to be here. But I can tell you that we earlier this year we signed up the Race at Work Charter. We're working with the Culture Consortium, which is doing a strand on equality on boards and getting balanced board membership for charitable trusts. And we're working with local councillors, most recently with Councillor Saeed, on increasing the employment prospects of those in ethnic minority communities who have found it difficult in the past to apply for jobs that we're putting forward. So I think in summary, what I would say is that we recognise that City Trust needs to change and it needs to improve. But I also think we need to recognise that those solutions cannot all come from within. Therefore, we need to work in partnership. We need to learn from other organisations, and we need to develop strong partnerships across the city, even stronger than we currently have, in order to make sure that we move in the right direction. From what I think I would accept is a fairly low base, but one which we are determined to do something about.
Thank you, Andrew. So I'd like to invite my colleague Nathan to speak with you. Nathan, could you introduce yourself before asking your first question?
Yep, my name is Nathan Gearing. I'm a commissioner for the Race Equality Commission. And the first question I have is just simply, you state in your evidence.
Oh, hang on, sorry.
Yeah.
Could you introduce yourself, Nathan?
Oh, myself.
Yes, could you introduce yourself? Yes.
Okay. So my name is Nathan Gearing. I run Theatre Deli in Sheffield. I am also an accessibility innovator. I was also the artistic director of the Special Olympics opening ceremony of 2017 in Sheffield. I do a lot of internationally based work and also locally based work within communities. And yeah, anything to do with arts and innovation, I'm the guy, or one of the guys, should I say.
Thank you. Thanks, Nathan. And your first question?
Yeah, so you state in your evidence that the Sheffield City Council, it provides like funding and support with like net costs and like capital projects and things. How does like the Sheffield City Council influence your work regarding like race equality?
They don't directly. So there is no condition of funding that requires us to take any account. And that's simply because the funding agreements were all signed up 20, 30 years ago at a time when perhaps that wasn't on their agenda and perhaps wasn't on ours. So what we do, of course, is that all our work is done in conjunction with the council. So we have regular meetings, we discuss our activities, they observe our board meetings, and so they are able to influence what we're doing at a personal level, and making sure that they feel that we are, I suspect if they thought we were doing stuff that was not in keeping with their own standards, then they would, I'm sure, tell us and influence us. But to date, we haven't had any directives from them telling us that we have to do certain things or that we need to hit certain quotas or anything of that nature.
Okay, great. So in your evidence, you also state that you feel people from Black and Asian and ethnic minority groups are underrepresented in your workforce. Mm-hmm. What do you feel are the historical reasons behind this?
I think it's a difficult one, and to some extent I'm guessing. But my belief is that, as I said earlier, we're quite an insular industry, and we tend to recruit from within. So we certainly within our organisation we promote from within. We do advertise widely, but applications tend to come from people already working in the industry for similar organisations elsewhere in the country or the region. And so if you start with an unrepresentative workforce and you just churn it around the industry, then sadly you end up keeping that unrepresentative workforce. So I think that's the first thing. We haven't, as an industry, really looked to change. I think the second thing is that ours is a relatively low-paid industry, and that's true in the trust sector, but it's also true in the private sector. And the result of that is that we get quite a lot of fluidity in terms of entry-level jobs, people who are a lot of students, a lot of young people who want some work experience, maybe part-time, and they come and go. Those people that want to stay in the industry and are committed to the industry are facing not significant pay rises as they go into supervisory and management roles. And so they tend to be people who are committed to sport, committed to the organization. And again, it's that same circular argument that if the participation in sport isn't balanced, then those people who are enthusiastic based on their youth and their upbringing and want to get involved in sport and want to work in sport tend also to be from the same backgrounds. And so unfortunately, I think what we need to do and what we are as an organization are starting to do is to find ways of actively looking for alternative sources of employees and not just putting an advert in the trade press and the local press and hoping that the right people will apply.
Okay. So again, like, for example, you just you know, spoken about, I guess, the imbalance in uptake within sport and things like that. Mm-hmm. So in terms of, I guess, certain sports that seem to be like dominated by people who were white and middle and upper class, what are you doing as like a trust to try and redress that balance?
So I think one example is swimming, and swimming certainly I think has a reputation for being white dominated, and we work very closely with British swimming generally because as you'll know, Ponds Forge is a competition pool, and they bring a number of their national and international events to us, so we have that strong relationship. They are starting to work with an organization called the Black Swimming Association, and we are actively working with them because we want to work in that space and increase the number of people from different backgrounds who are getting into the water. We are, and I think a number of other organizations around the country will be doing this, but we're working with community groups on women-only swimming sessions and other community groups on bringing people into our pools in what we hope for them is a safe environment in terms of who else is in the space at the time, the gender of the lifeguards, for example, and hoping that if people feel safe and are coming in with people who they are familiar with and who they know from their own community, that will encourage them to take part. So there is work that we're doing specifically in swimming. We're also working with an organization called Hilton Taekwondo, which works at the EISS, which is looking to bring women and girls into Taekwondo as a sport. And where we can, we look to work with other groups. There's a number of community groups that we work with around the city, and we try and develop links so that we can bring people into our venues in a way that they feel comfortable. And as I said earlier, and as it says in the submission, part of that is obviously making sure that the people they see working in those venues are representative, but it is also about introducing them to the venue, making sure that fear that they understand, you know.
Okay, have you also considered like other sporting activities such as tennis and golf as well? Because I noticed within your trust you have like golfing organizations and things within your trust. So is that something that you have gone on to?
Yes, that's true. So we don't have tennis within our organization. The tennis within the city is operated, the Summit Grays, which is operated by places, and the other courts are operated by a separate organisation across the city. But yes, you're right, we operate 3 golf courses in the city. And we are looking to across those sports. I mean, golf is very much a white sport, white dominated sport at the moment. We're looking to find ways of increasing that. We're looking to find ways of bringing more women and girls into golf, and we have an active program bringing girls in at the moment. But you're right. We also are looking to develop ways in which we can bring people from other ethnic backgrounds into sport other than the white domination that we currently have. I think it's fair to say that's a journey that we need to speed up. I take on board from the question the fact that you've obviously spotted that. So that's something that I think we need to do more of.
Okay. So also with regards to processes and things, you know, you mentioned that, for example, your board is all white, and I believe a large proportion of your senior leadership team is also white. So I guess my question to you is, what actions is your organization going to take in order to address this imbalance, first of all within the next year, then next within the next 3 years?
That's very specific, but I think we want to get a sense of what steps you are taking, and if you wish to put dates on it, then we're quite happy with that.
Okay, thank you. I think I have to be really straightforward with you on this. I think it is unsatisfactory that we have only white board members, and the senior leadership team, the 6 people in the senior leadership team are also white as well. The representation in the wider management team is broader, but not fully representative of the community. So we recognise we need to do something about that. I think specific to the board, without getting into too much confidential information, and you may pick up some of this if you read the local press, our organisation has been under a fair bit of pressure for the last year or two, and a decision has been made by the board not to recruit new trustees at all, simply because of the legal responsibilities that somebody would be taking if they became a trustee. So until that situation changes, we're not going to increase the number of trustees. We're not going to bring in new trustees. I think from a legal and governance point of view, that has to be the case. But clearly, it's unsatisfactory from a racial mix point of view. But that is the case. To pick up the wider implication of your question, which is that that situation has to be resolved one way or the other in discussion with our funders. And so one of the things that we're doing is that Mandy, our head of people and services, is working with the Culture Consortium specifically on board membership, which is an area that the Culture Consortium is leading on in the city, in terms of all the member organisations looking at their board makeup and improving it from a racial mix point of view. We're also part of the special interest group with Community Leisure UK, which is again looking at bringing more people into both trustee positions and management positions within the industry. I wouldn't like to, I can't put a timescale on trustees for the reasons you've heard, but in terms of senior leadership, we absolutely need to make sure that we are representative, because I feel that some of the things I've already said to you and what we may cover in the rest of this session, I hope demonstrate a genuine desire to engage with this process. But I feel that we are not as well equipped as we may be, simply because we don't have the experience within the team. And so we're sort of well-meaning amateurs in some respects, and that's not a good place to be. So we are actively engaging with other organisations, and we are actively trying to improve the situation. But I feel that there is some way to go, and until we've, I think, educated ourselves, I'm not really in a position to give you any sort of timescale on how we can improve that.
Nathan, just before you ask your next question, Andrew, can I just ask you to clarify what it is that Mandy's doing? You said that Mandy was looking at board maker.
So when we signed the Race at Work Charter, I mean, we thought it was important, you know, to actively do something about it. So what Mandy has done is appointed someone in her team who's sort of virtually full time, certainly I think about 60% of his time, in terms of trying to get us up to speed with some of the information that we need, working with other organisations, building the relationship. As I say, we've got relationship with councillors in terms of improving our employment systems. So, for example, when we put a job advertisement out, we now actively send it directly to 22 community organisations that we work with in the city, so that they can put it out to the members that they have within their own body, so that there is some endorsement of this as a job opportunity that people might want to go for, and so that there is a sense that we are directing it at people, not just casually putting it in the local press and hoping for the best. So those sort of actions and activities, Mandy would be able to speak for longer on them, but you know, she has given me some notes, and I can maybe give you more in terms of a follow-up written submission, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, if you can, that would be really helpful. I think I thought you said something about Mandy working to improve the board makeup.
Yes, so it's specifically to that. The Culture Consortium has had I think they had a workshop last month, and have been working with, and I couldn't give you the individual's name unfortunately, but they've been working specifically on how to improve diversity within boards in cultural organisations. So and I think it's about addressing some of the issues which it's easy for boards to just miss. So to state that you're interested in doing something, but not actually take the steps that actually make it more likely that you do it. And so the Culture Consortium is sharing best practice about board level diversity, and Mandy's been representing our organisation in that.
I think this might be a good time, Nathan, just if you can just hold fire for a sec. Can I just bring Shruti in just as a follow-up in relation to what you've just been saying, Andrew?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, thanks, Kevin. Hi, Andrew. I'm Shruti Bhargav. I'm an independent consultant, and I chair a BME Housing Association board. So I'm very interested in issues of governance. So I was wondering, do you have a term limit for trustees?
Yes. So there's 2 5-year terms, and then in particular circumstances, extra years can be added.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to me quite long. I'm just saying the housing sector, there's a general move towards 6-year maximum term limits, because it is recognised that it is anti-diversity, and actually for good governance purposes, you know, having that that turnover is really important. And, you know, I was just sort of interested in that term limit because of what you were saying about not recruiting any other trustees. So I wondered, are you, you know, as well, are you learning from, you talked about good practice in the culture sector, are you learning from other sectors in terms of their approach to board diversity?
I couldn't answer that question. I don't think I could give you a satisfactory answer beyond the fact that, yes, I know that Mandy is looking broadly. She's works with the CIPD, of which she's a member, and so we'll be looking at best practice with CIPD as well as specific industry organisations. So we will be looking as widely as possible. As I say, the specific concerns of the organisation at the moment mean that trustees are really focused on other aspects of our work, which I don't make it as an excuse, but it is the case that over the coming months we're not actively looking at new trustees, but that when that is the case, then clearly this learning will come to the fore.
Okay, and can I just ask you? You mentioned that you send adverts out to 22 community organisations. Are any of them BME organisations?
I think a large number of them are. Yes, I can perhaps get you the list, but yes, they are.
That would be great. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Nathan. Can I bring you back in? Thank you.
Yeah. Just a quick question. Did your trust receive funding to support you know, people from Black and Asian ethnic minority groups?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, that's good to know. So I guess my next question is, how has austerity affected your ability to make the necessary strategic changes, regarding, I guess, the low amount of representation on your boards and in your senior leadership teams?
Well, it's made a significant difference in that we have of necessity had a shrinking workforce. So throughout the years from 2010-11 down to just before the pandemic, public support for our facilities reduced significantly, from about 6 million a year to 2 million a year. And the vast majority of our income we earn, so that's, you know, that doesn't mean we've only got a third of the income, but it means that the total income of the organisation is under a lot of pressure, and this is in keeping with similar organisations around the country. It's not unusual, but what it means is that there is a shrinkage of particularly management functions, because obviously you need a certain number of lifeguards, you need a certain number of people on the shop floor delivering services. So the management of the organisation shrinks, and the capacity of the organisation to think strategically, to plan ahead, becomes diminished, and you very quickly get into crisis management mode, where you're dealing with the current challenges rather than thinking strategically about what the wider solutions might be. So while I think, and I hope you would agree with me, that diversity leads to stronger management and greater breadth of ideas, actually the headspace to work out how you might bring that diversity to your leadership team is diminished. It's further diminished when there are large-scale redundancies, because firstly, you have to be fair to people, and you have to treat people as well as you possibly can in such circumstances. But secondly, the ability to bring new people in is impacted by that, because obviously you're wanting to look at people at risk in terms of filling new roles, if any, come available. And so the impact of rounds of redundancy, and we've probably been through about 5 rounds of redundancy in the last 10 years, and of general reduction in management size, is that it is difficult to identify ways of bringing in significant new ideas and to focus on strategy. Now, one of the things that COVID has done, and it's sort of been a double-edged sword, COVID, in many respects, we have significantly reduced our workforce. So we employed something like 1,500 people, including casuals, before COVID. We currently employ about 560. So that significant reduction means that now, as we open up, there are employment opportunities on a much wider scale than has been the case for years. And so that's a positive opportunity